All right, everyone. I'm gonna go ahead and get started. I was waiting a little bit. There is a 15-minute delay, so for commentary, give it that buffer. But as you can see, a lot of players still filtering in. This is round 8 of the U.S. Masters, the final day where everything will be decided. I'm Grandmaster Kayden Troff, excited to be here. It's been just an absolute blast, and I'm kind of over the moon. I mean, I actually I got to play in the Blitz last night, and that was just a ton of fun. It was incredibly strong. Like it was so many very good players, and fun to just see these grandmasters and very impressive chess players just kind of chilling in between rounds and getting to talk with a lot of them. Uh, really, I think I checked off one of the things on my bucket list here. Let's go to board one, as it looks like Matvishin has arrived. But I was able to talk with Fabi a little bit, and even got to talk about one particular endgame that had been played. So that was just like I was freaking out a little bit. I was really enjoying that. I'm a huge fan. Fabi has a great play style that I've gotten to enjoy and learn from. So super excited to see how it goes. Now, as a reminder, going into these last couple of rounds, Fabi is actually sitting in clear second place. It is Theodoro who is in first place right now with 6.5. So this game, as gets going, I really expect Fabi to be out looking for the win. I mean, he's been playing a bit more solidly, and I think he'll still maintain some of that, but a little bit sharper than some of his other games are, because obviously winning for him is everything. He is trying to qualify for the candidates through the Grand Prix circuit. This tournament does qualify, and a first place victory will go a long way. Now, we already have a result. Last couple of rounds, some of these faster draws as players are tired, or in this case, they're trying to lock in a result. For Evan Park, I believe this means, because he's had an absolute fire tournament, I believe this means he guaranteed a GM norm with this draw. I actually was going to talk about this, but they already drew before I got here. How Evan Park, I wasn't sure if he needed a draw or already clutched it, but I'm guessing this means he needed a draw. He gets the GM norm. That's what he's here for. That's what he was trying for. He played fantastically. Drew Donchenko last night, beat 4 GMs throughout this event. So big congrats to him. A bit sad he's had some absolute fantastic games to follow. So it's sad we don't get a it's sad we don't get a follow his game for this round, but I can fully understand this. GM norms are brutal to get, and when you have such a good tournament, lock in the draw, guarantee that GM norm, and you can go in if you want to go in swinging tonight. Now, let's go back really quickly to the playing hall just to glance. Let's get the big view. We don't have too much on the games, but you can see it's still pretty empty. This is at this point about 8 minutes into the round, and you can see a lot of boards that are filing or waiting to be filled in, and people filing in. So we'll have to see. It's kind of funny. We have this one result where some people will show up and they'll never get to see this game because it's done before a lot of people are getting here. Um, it was funny. I actually ran downstairs to fix one of the cameras before commentary, and Bortnick was making some jokes about it. Now, this round did start a half an hour earlier. That is pretty common on these 2 games per day tournaments to have the last couple of rounds earlier. That way, things can be a bit smoother with paying out prizes. It doesn't end up being too late. Some players can consider flying back home or trying to book flights to get back instead of staying the extra day. So the chess players, maybe they got caught up playing Blitz, having a good time, and they're running a little bit late. Let's go to Fabi's game. Let's follow the opening as it develops. So knight c3 in these Sicilian positions, I'm actually a huge fan of this. I don't mainly play e4, but a couple of years ago decided like, hey, like I should have at least a basic e4 repertoire, kind of pick it up. And I found a video where I am Eric Rosen actually talked about knight c3, walks through some of the variations, and it really caught my attention. And from that and some of his suggestions, I decided to pick it up. And I will say, like, playing off of that, it's this close Sicilian with some opportunities to still open it. Like this hasn't gone away, this d4 move. So the balance of maybe I'm gonna open it, maybe I'm gonna keep it close, play like f4, attack you on the king side, I have found to be comfortable and had some decent success here. The little bit I play e4. Now this a6 move, I I played a tournament last year in Phoenix, and my opponent that I was preparing for played a6. Like I saw he played a6 against knight c3 quite a bit, and so I spent a decent amount of time preparing, actually transitioning back. I want to say I just transitioned back into, for him in particular, more of an open Sicilian. Maybe the move order was knight g2, but interesting to see Fabi going for g3. Now, the difference between what I looked at is going to be this d6 move. The opponent I was preparing for, a grandmaster, preferred more e6 positions, so I was kind of balancing the potential to transposition back into an open Sicilian, but maybe in more favorable terms. But d6 takes it down a very different road where Fabi is saying, I'm going to play g3, and is he going, do we think he's just going for f4? He still has the possibility of d4. He hasn't committed to d3 yet. Against these d6 Najdorf-esque structures, it does put black in a bit of a weird place. If you are a Najdorf player, playing e5 would be a bit funny without the knight on d4. I mean, bishop g2, d3, f4, like I quite easily get some play against that pawn. And if you're not a Najdorf player, it would be difficult to transition because I guess you could go for a dragon type setup. You could play like Scheveningen type, d6, e6. The pause makes me feel like Matvishin is really thinking about this. Okay, d4 isn't off the table. Fabi can still go into more of an open Sicilian from these close Sicilians. So how do you adjust? Because let's say you play something like knight c6 and you're a Najdorf player. You're used to playing e5. You get hit with d4. You have to be sure, okay, I'm going into this now. This isn't a Najdorf. We have far removed from the Najdorf because typically Najdorf, you play e5. This knight drops back b3 or f3. But now you have to consider something like knight c6. And so all the possibilities you're considering, if you do not know exactly how you respond to d4 or it doesn't transposition into something you know, then you have to be thinking, okay, I played g6. Maybe Fabi's plan is just to play bishop g2, but maybe he's going to play d4. And it's what, as I said, in these knight c3, keeping that possibility I really like. Maybe not committing the knight to f3, so you kind of just maintain the flexibility. f4 setups, d4 going back into it, and I think this is what Fabi needs. His game that he lost to Theodoro, I feel like the part of the issue is Fabi tried for this. He tried for like a more flexible opening, but he probably needed more commitment earlier because he maintained flexibility almost too much, that Theodore was able to take control of the center better, take control of the squares a little bit better, and it made it very difficult for Fabi to get the play, get the attack, get the breakthroughs that he wanted. So this I definitely prefer because the only move that will take away your breakthrough, I'm a huge fan of breakthroughs. The ability to open up your pieces is going to be e5, but this is a huge commitment. You are allowing this knight to plant itself on d5. You are allowing f4 to attack your center. And I mean, you kind of block your own pieces in a way. Yes, this can be very solid, but with the pros, there are cons, and not the setup I, in any way, shape, or form, as someone who used to play the Najdorf, would be looking for. So I do like this. I like this better. I like that Fabi's going to have a clearer breakthrough if he ever wants it, but he still can maintain the flexibility that he has seemed to really enjoy and really push for in these positions. Yeah, a suggestion. I mean, with that said, I do agree with the suggestion that e5, it could make the most sense. Maybe the biggest danger though, if it depends on how well Fabi prepared this, which I think is what you have to play through in your head, right? Because for me, when I'm preparing any opening for classical, I'm going to look at what do I expect, right? Maybe typically, oh, and there we have e5. So he does take a long think, but he finally goes for it. Yeah, possibly that 10-minute think, as I was saying, I like to consider, hey, what if my opponent stops me from doing what I want? E5, if I prepared this, would be up there. I don't get my d4. What am I going to play? What's my plan going to be? So I'll be interested to see that. I think the moment of truth, and maybe I think we at least wait for Fabi to get back to the board, see how quickly he responds to e5. Was Fabi just going for a solid structure? Was this some preparation? Because if he prepared this line, he saw this position, I definitely expect he takes a look at e5, and he has a plan here. He has some prep here, because this is going to be the most inconvenient move, at least in removing your flexibility. Has some downsides, but trying to remove your flexibility. Fabi sitting at the board, taking it in, not playing a quick move. Not playing a quick move. So e5, potentially a surprise. This to me could mean Fabi just wanted a flexible opening, but didn't necessarily prepare. I could be wrong on that. I'm sure he still has some ideas of what he wants to play, what he wants to do here, but likely will take a few minutes and a decent amount of time in this opening stage to figure out exactly how he wants to respond to it. Someone in chat, which I'm happy to discuss this a little bit, especially because a lot of these games are still developing. We're still pretty early, especially with the late start for most of these players not being in the playing hall. But someone suggesting that these 5-move draws need to be done away with, which I don't necessarily agree with, but happy to hear everybody's opinion in chat. I see both ways. But I guess the very simplest statement is if people want to draw, they're going to find a way to draw. The best example of this is the Berlin draw, where the queens just shuffle between d4 and e4. It's very difficult to prevent, and so instead of making it a rule and making it sort of a controversial topic, you kind of just accept that players are going to do it in some situations. Once again, for example, Evan Park with the white pieces, I totally understand. This guarantees a GM norm. Absolutely. I think almost all of us in this situation would be happy with this result if we had a GM norm on the line. All right, let's go. I'm seeing some openings that are catching my attention. Let's go to board 4. This is Nizhnik versus Nayaryanin. Knight f4 played pretty quickly. Pretty quickly? 5-minute think. A 5-minute think before knight f4. Computer saying a mistake, but this is still a move. It appears 31 games played here. Although, with that said, Queen E3 has a ridiculously high win rate. If you're ever looking at the Masters database and you see the percentages, white wins, draw, black black wins, usually a good percentage is something like 34% white wins or around that territory, 25%, 24% black wins, and then the rest of the percentage goes to draws. It's saying 63%, so 2/3 of the game after Queen E3 are victories for white. Now, it's a bit confusing because the other move, Queen E4, doesn't score as well, but makes more sense to me in that you don't want to block the bishop, but maybe the idea here is we're not thinking about the bishop, we're thinking about the knight. If we continue down this line, knight g6, f4, f6. Actually, let's go d6. This is not the most commonly played move, but a bit more in line, I feel, not committing f6 yet. Simply g3. Oh, g3 being the downside of d6. So here we have... Oh, you can't even take on e5. f5 does exist. So d6, pretty baseless threats. You also... I guess g3 is important. It does take away knight h4. So the game continued queen e6 here. That was played before. Bishop g2. Again, no takes because of f5. And after knight e7, no longer is there a threat on e5. Castle. So what's the difference? Let's say I do play queen here. Black actually goes knight e6. This is what is doing very well for black. In the 12 games in database, white has not won a single game. Not a single game. If you can't see the ratings are over on the left side under the players' names. Nizhnik being listed at 2564, and Narayanan being told that's the pronunciation, thank you very much, is 2413. So actually, he may be up for a GM norm as well. I see that IM title. 5.5. You have to ignore this score a little bit because this shows games on DGT boards, not the overall results. Maybe some chances. A 6.5 with a win here or 2 draws definitely should put you in norm territory. 6.5 in such a strong event is a pretty typical score for norm. So queen e4 in this position, to me, again, I feel like it's a pretty natural move. The queen just feels a little bit more centralized, but is not as good because the knight jumps around and is going to have some threats pending against the queen, where queen e3, you don't have that. And after knight g6, f4, these sort of g3 potentially trapping the knight ideas are very good. Now, there's a chance that this is preparation, knight f4. I mean, it was played decently quickly, not immediately, but still like after 5 minutes. And such an unusual move. I mean, g6, castle, queenside, knight b4, knight b6, all more commonly played. Such an unusual move that I wouldn't be shocked. I would not be shocked at all if this was some sort of preparation. Nizhnik going to take time and try and work through some of these ideas. Now, Nizhnik has been a very solid player throughout this event and handled a lot of the tricks and his opponent's problems very well from what I've seen. He's been just locked in, very solid, so I do expect him to kind of work through this pretty well. Let's check in very quickly to board 2. There's not too much happening, but since this is our tournament leader, I think we should stay pretty closely focused on this. The standout of this game thus far is actually nothing to do with the moves that have been played, but the time on the side of the board. Theodoro is currently down 20 minutes in the clock. This is move 5. Maybe there's still some adjustments. We see bishop e7 be played. Yeah, but about 20 minutes. Not how you want to start the game. Now, as someone that has been really enjoying knight f3, and especially fianchettoing my bishops, I actually, in a tournament not too long ago, played a very similar double fianchetto setup. I really enjoy it, but the flexibility I think is great. I do almost prefer not playing d4, or I'm hitting the point I prefer not playing d4, because when this bishop lands on b2, you're leaving this diagonal open, and then d3 with e4, like e5 potential, or e4, take control of the center before later playing d4 and putting the clamp down. If you play d4, perfectly reasonable at just about any time, but you can almost certainly expect some sort of d5 or c5 from black, trying to contest the center. Of course, he's not just going to sit there and let you take it. He's going to contest it. So my preference, play something like bishop e2, castle, castle, maybe still d5 and d3. I've come to enjoy these positions. Now, with that said, the one thing I think let me at least have the evaluation bar as we play through it so you all can see it. As you play through these positions, the one concern, if you don't play d4, is that black themselves is going to play d4. So instead of playing d3, you can also consider a move like knight e5, where you still have the option of d4. You can play maybe knight c3, where you leave the pawn there for the moment, and then you're trying to wait for here so you can then break through. It's a balancing game. I would not trust the evaluation in too many of these positions myself. The reason being that it's going to be around equal. It's going to be around equal a lot of times, because you do allow black to fight for the center, but if you have a good grasp on ideas, kind of what you're playing for, the breakthroughs you're wanting, that's where you're going to get the advantage. I actually have become a huge fan of that, in a sense where maybe it's equal, maybe the computer doesn't even prefer my position as white. Normally we are playing for the advantage, but if I have an equal position where I know what I'm doing, I know where I'm placing my pieces, I know where I'm breaking through, but my opponent has to think through that. They have to make decisions on their own, not prepared beforehand. Then the advantages in my court, technically equal, practically much better for me, and it can go very, very smoothly, which is often going to be the case in this, as the pawns make their way to the center. d5 c5, or just d5 or d4 or d3 e4. You have a lot of pawn captures, a lot of ways to close the position, open the position, and if Danchenko came in ready, prepared, kind of knows what he's striving for, this could be a bigger advantage than any other opening, despite it being around equal. Let's do a quick glance. Any other openings? And as a reminder for everyone in chat, we are streaming on GM Naroditsky, the Charlotte Chess Center, Chess Sharks, all on Twitch, and then the Charlotte Chess Center's page on YouTube. I'm trying to keep an eye on all of chat, but if you see positions, you see, oh, I did find a very interesting opening. Any games that catch your eye, please feel free to let me know. 24 games with a lot of fantastic players. It's hard to keep an eye on everything. I've luckily had a few people jump in. Did you see this game? Even after it's done, oh, hey, let me go check it out. And some incredible ones, as I'm still following other incredible ones. So definitely feel free to let me know who you want to see, what games you want to follow, and I'll make sure to check them out as best I can. Before we move on, let's just see the moves being played. Okay, they're following this line: bishop e2, castle, and Danchenko, maybe castle. There could be, because with this pawn on d2, he's not getting to the king, right? Bishop b4. Even if this pawn was on d3, you already moved this bishop once. So moving it again wouldn't be the end of the world. No, he hesitates only for a moment. Castle. Okay. It's one of those things I like to think about in the opening because an early pawn push or an early piece move that discourages another move can be an idea, but king in the center tends to be bad, so keeping it pretty simple. We'll come back to this. I don't expect any big developments in this game soon. I expect it will be a bit of a slower maneuvering type game. Now, as I was glancing the other games, trying to see what was going on in the openings, I see this one where I have no idea what happened. Is everyone bright-eyed and bushy-tailed this morning? No, as you can still see, the round has been. Are we still missing players, or everyone just trying to walk around and wake up? Uh, no, a lot of people not at their boards. Still, I think they're just walking around. A lot of the games do seem to be going. A lot of people were late though, with the half an hour earlier start time. That did seem to affect quite a few people. Now, A5, what Antipov actually played like an H5 trying to go for a pawn storm quite similar to this yesterday morning. So apparently this is his style. E4 B3. Wait, against the French? I've definitely had people play this against me against the Sicilian. I love the Sicilian. I will play it probably forever. Maybe not the same variation, but it's too fun. It's too good, the Sicilian. So I've seen B3 there, but against E6. Now I did my last tournament that I played, I actually got something. I started B3, so I played B3. My opponent played E6. I knew he was a French player just against D4, E4. He always played E6. He followed suit, and then he played B6, and here I played E4, and I was very happy with it. Transitioning back into something a bit more standard. Uh, Now B6 in that case, I think is a negative because you play D5 if this trade ever happens. Of course, you want this bishop going this way, not being blocked by a pawn on B7, especially a pawn that's not likely to move since I am fighting for this D4 square. So that, in my case, felt like an improvement, but still E4, and he just leaves the pawn sitting there. It's not going anywhere anytime soon. It's very difficult to protect, this bishop being blocked, this knight being out of range, the queen not wanting to move into a discovery. So he can't do anything about it but the patience. He plays king b1 first. He wants to maintain his bishop, keep these squares covered, potentially keep the pressure on that diagonal after knight takes e4. But a5, going for the attack. How dangerous is this? If I just play knight takes e4, take, actually, well, let's keep following. So a4, but no, bishop takes g7, rook g8, take on h7. This okay, white has some tactics, but it made me realize, like, as soon as I see this queen on e4, it makes me realize we don't have to do that. We can just play a4, right? We don't have to deal with a queen. He takes, which means our ability to castle goes away, but we don't need to castle if we checkmate. That's, that's the end of the story. Checkmate, move on. White continues to develop. Okay, let's just stay with it. Take. Again, how dangerous is this? Is there an idea like bishop c1? Not quite. Bishop c1, rook takes would be an absolute tragedy. Queen a3, now your king can't escape. But king takes c1. No, also, I'm still waking up, apparently. Bishop c1 is a move. How do we defend? Queen a3 on its way. I want to start queen b5, but after c6, my queen goes where? Hmm. This is not so easy. This bishop c1, I mean, I can see from the evaluation bar that white supposedly has something. Oh, I mean, I should also say if you don't take this bishop, the bigger issue is the immediate rook takes a1, just to highlight that line. Rook takes a1, king takes, queen a3, king b1, queen b2. So, man, this does not make me envious of playing this position. Seeing this bishop on c1, this rook takes a1 idea, and struggling to find any sort of reasonable defense. I mean, you can play c4 to give the king space, but that doesn't feel right. Run the king after queen a3. No, that doesn't even stop rook takes a1. The king goes here, queen still comes in, and queen b2. So we have to move the bishop. But what does that do after queen a3? If we just move our bishop, it looks like 960. That is a very fair assessment. It's funny how unusual king on b1 is. Like I feel like king b1 further into the game makes sense in my head, but so early, having already castled queenside and put the king on b1. I mean, reasonably, it takes push pawn, bishop move, knight move, queen move. It takes 6 moves. It takes 6 moves to get your king to b1. He got there in 7. Like, that's why this is so unusual. Where it takes 6 moves to do it, and he just went right for it. Got the queen out, got the bishop out, got the knight out, and here we are. I can't find it. I'm gonna see what the computer's saying. So it is saying move the bishop, but what's the follow up to queen a3? What am I? Oh, you don't do anything. There's no threat. Wait a second. Oh no. There's no threat. There's no threat after queen a3. You move the bishop, that guards against rook takes a1. Queen a3, there's nothing. That's insane. Knight d4 recommended. Queen a2, king takes c1. Looks like it should be checkmate 10 times over, but that's guarded, that's guarded. We're totally fine. We just leave it there. Ah, no way. Okay, so black has some ideas here. Black does. Black, I mean, bishop c1, there's something he should likely develop. There was a comment earlier that black could also play knight d7 to transport this knight, which I like. Like, he should just develop. But with that said, bishop c1, just this idea in general, even though it doesn't work, which is insane to me, it does suggest black does have dangerous threats. Planning bishop c3 or bishop d4 against bishop c1, just props. Like, that takes some courage that I would have to talk myself into. And what's even better about it is you don't kick black out immediately. You take your time, you bring going back to that position, you just bring your knight over, right? We're just casually making our way, going to kick the queen out. We'll leave this bishop on c1. Totally fine. Maybe we just leave it there. We go for an attack. Like, this is you're in Zen mode when your opponent's queen is just 2 squares away. Like, that's insane. That's wild. So this game we'll have to keep an eye on. Antipov, I understand why he's taking time. Even though that position, that end position, completely winning. Again, we're finding ideas. The ideas are there. The danger is there. Black. So Mark Hyman, I'm not fully sure what situation he is. I know he is pushing for a GM norm. And this type of aggressive play, I think it feels to me he wants a double edge position. He wants his chances, he wants his opportunity. He's not just going to sit back and play solidly and draw it. Um, he has the black pieces, usually considered a disadvantage, but he came to play, and he is absolutely 100% showing that right now. Glancing through the other games real quickly, I think let's talk about the top three boards. Just make sure we're keeping an eye. This is the last day, so while there will normally be a focus, of course, on the top three boards, today especially is the day for it because this is where the 2024 U.S. Masters champion will be decided. Once again, as a reminder, Fabiano Caruana in clear second place with 6 out of 7. Nicholas Theodoro sitting in first place with 6.5 out of 7 after beating Fabi in yesterday's morning round and then drawing against Gregory Oparin. So bishop g2, d3, knight d5. Solid. This is the downside to e5 that Matvishin played, and Fabi quickly takes advantage. His knights were ready for it, being on c3, e2, ready to support each other. Now, in the long run, Fabi actually has some flexibility. Normally, I see this, and and maybe it's these close Sicilian positions. I'm very locked into the idea of f4. I'm just like, of course, white plays f4, f4. But you could try and go h4, h5. These knights actually do help with this, because how is black going to contend against h4, h5? Well, either h5, where now you have to be a little bit more conscious of bishop g5, as black, just playing on these squares, or if you play f6, weakening g6 with now no protectors on it. Or black tries to play knight f6, which, of course, we're contending with as well, having the knight on d5. So something like h4, h5 could be possible. But I see a future where a3, like b4, could be possible, and actually is right now the idea I personally am favoring. I mean, with these knights, it supports it so well. If we put this bishop on e3, if this pawn ever captures, well, look at the diagonal, the knight ready to jump in, the bishop ready to jump in. I like that. While normally close Sicilian, f4, very common, I see a future where f4 is kind of forgotten about and these other ideas come to life. Now, all around, it could be a mix of both. It could be f4, it could be b4, attacking on both sides. The downside to f4, and why I would say I'm a little bit more hesitant over these other moves, is because when you play f4, you always have to be mindful of e takes f4 and this bishop opening up. Where you don't get that if you get b4, black's pieces really aren't opening up. The only concern to me is going to be along the c file, but once again, these knights are supporting each other, very solid. And after this move, time is even. So Fabi really took a good amount of time coming up with a plan here and deciding to head in this direction of planting the knights on d5. Which I'd say right now I'm a huge fan of. Now, I'm a huge fan of it, but we need to ask the question, what if we contend? We have something, let's contend against it. Actually, knight e7, this may run into an immediate bishop g5. Bishop g5, how do we respond? Of course, if this knight gets to f6, that's something we need to think about. We almost never, ever want to play bishop takes f6. We fianchetto a bishop. We should very, very rarely be trading a fianchetto bishop for a knight, opening up all these squares for our opponent to attack us. Yeah, bishop g5, annoying to deal with. We can't play f6. h6, bishop f6. Can we just castle there? What else? What else would we do? We could just castle here, preparing f6, but then we have to consider knight f6, but maybe that's not a big deal. Castle, knight f6. Castle, how do we follow it up? h4? h4. Oh, h6, h5. Does it work? No, eval bar, come back to me. Why doesn't it work? This looks so destructive, but our bishop's unprotected. Do we have something like knight g8 now? Knight g8. Oh my goodness. Knight g8. Knight takes g8. We take, and there's no knight h7 because we're hitting. Wait, this doesn't end. Pawn takes. Pawn takes. This line doesn't end. What is happening? We're in the weeds. This isn't what white should go for, but oh, this looks so dangerous. I guess knight h6 and we just leave the rook sitting. Take. Black's made it out alive. Nope. It's going down. Evaluation is gone. This is wild. This is wild. What would we play instead? Bishop takes? What? Okay, hold on. I just saw the computer. That's actually ridiculous. Okay, so of course queen takes, queen h5. We go after the g5 pawn, and then we just contest the light squares. That's why it doesn't like this. I guess the long-term pressure on the h file gives white an advantage, but maybe it's overvaluing white's position a little bit. I do like f4, another suggestion, a bit better than bishop h3, trying to actually break it open. But the move here is insane. King g8. Yeah. I don't know. King g8. I mean, the knight doesn't escape. That I can see. Knight h7, f takes g6, but take, we want to play king takes. Get the king out of there, vacate the h8 square. That's where the pressure is. It makes sense, but it's so crazy to play. So bishop h6 is better in this situation, and queen takes f8 now. I guess this is a bit better to get the king out of there because king g7 and knight f6 on its way to kick the queen out. So this is in the weeds. This is far down the line. Instead, white should just play queen d2, which makes sense. Now knight g8 doesn't work. Knight h7. And after pawn takes, we simply play h takes, and you no longer have the blockade on h6. So with that said, I understand the pause. I do. I turned off the wrong one. I went to turn off the engine lens and turn off the evaluation bar instead. Let's leave that one up for now. I understand the pause. Bishop g5, in response to what I consider to be knight e7, has some threats with the knight potentially jumping in. Wait, what does that, if we're not castling, because castling, it did drop. I never actually found the move for black. The other move I was thinking was h6, which does look better, and then castling, which also seems a bit crazy to me, but I guess white doesn't have that clear way to make progress without the knight being there. H4, H5 just isn't as strong. But still, this feels very brazen to walk into, leaving this pin, leaving this bishop here, leaving the pressure on e7. And that's just the most natural move. To me, like knight e7, you play easily. H6 could be a consideration with all that, but to me, the downside of h6 is I'm somewhat expecting a potential h4. I don't want to play g5 against h5 and just remove my f5 potential. Personally, I'm not a huge fan. I do prefer to respond to h4 with h5 when it does arise. Still, that's a somewhat reasonable move to play h6. I guess the other concern would just be this idea. This can be a common idea in these positions to try and remove the ability to castle, because if you castle, the rook who's defending the h6 pawn is no longer there, and we pick up here. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, if you can't play f6, allowing bishop g5 does feel It feels like too much. It feels like the wrong direction for sure. Now, I spotted one crazy idea. This definitely wouldn't happen. It takes black wasting a move. Let's say black plays rook b8. Just preparing b5 ideas, and I just want to make this work. The queen d2 doesn't make sense, but I just want to make this work. Queen h6, queen h6, bishop takes, knight f6. Just a random idea, but it does highlight as well the danger of this knight on d5. When you have a knight there, even if it's not attacking anything immediately, when it's hitting a lot of squares, that could lead to tactics, could lead to checks, could lead to threats, uh, some even ridiculous ideas like this one that I'm sitting here just trying to be fancy with start to open up. So I'm liking this. I'm actually really liking this for Fabi, and maybe I'm just hyped up on all the craziness and all the fun tactics. But I'm liking this. I'm liking this potential. I like that he has h4 h5 ideas. I like f4. I didn't even look at b4, but I do feel like that exists with some danger as well. And yeah, really liking this. Fabi up from the board. I think he should feel confident. I think this is the kind of position he wants. Solid, but with danger. Right? This is what I feel like he's been trying for, and a lot of his games, this has been kind of his goal. These players are dangerous. Fabi in this game, 250 points higher rated. 250 points higher rated, but Fabi absolutely could lose. Victor, strong player, grandmaster, absolutely can lose. This to me is the ideal Fabi. Solid with chances to push, with chances to go for a crazy attack if he wants it, or just continue to develop, play solidly, wait for the moment. I think he wins the opening battle. Let's go to board 3. We haven't checked this one at all. Pull up the camera there. Grigory Oparin versus Daniel Fernandez. Fernandez played a beautiful game last night. His game against Wonder Liang was a Dutch. Wonder decided to play the Dutch. I talked to him about it. He said it was the first time he ever played. So yeah, it was maybe he Wonder being adventurous in the openings finally cost him. He also played 1A3 in the last round of the U.S. Championship, fighting for the title. So he's open to those great opening ideas, which I think for him has worked more often than not, but kind of lost it. Fernandez played a beautiful game. So here he is, board 3, looking to fight, maybe having a chance at a top placement. So far, interesting. Looks like he showed up late to this game. For those asking about the Blitz results, it was a 3-way tie for first. It was Fabiano Caruana, Daniel Naroditsky, and Brewington Hardaway. Absolute just finished his requirements for the GM title. I talked to him. It seems like it might be a while before the title goes through. I've heard it could be soon, but he seemed to think it could be quite a while still. Very strong player and impressive performance. They all tied on 5.5. I don't remember who Danya. I don't remember who he drew. I think he drew in one of the earlier rounds, still against a very strong player. But Brewington and Fabiano drew in the final round, and so they tie. There was no tie breaks. Yeah, I think the prizes, as is quite normal, will be grouped and then split equally amongst the players. But as I talked about before, it was a fun, really fun event. I mean, super strong players and fun to talk with a lot of them. Did anyone not play the Blitz tournament? There were a few. Actually, now that I think about it, I don't remember seeing a Wonder playing. I saw him there. Let me look. He's the second highest rated in the classical. Yeah, it doesn't look like he played. So there were a few people, but it was a very good turnout. I want to say over 100 players just in the championship section, which is a great turnout. Yeah, I don't think Nico played. I think Nico, which kind of makes sense. I mean, it's a ton of fun. It's great to play in the Blitz tournament, but I mean, he beat Fabi. Fabi's one loss. I can understand being a little bit more focused at this point, having a chance to take first and really wanting to push for it, really wanting to rest up. Uh, Nico he's a brilliant blitz player. I don't know where he's currently sitting on chess.com, but believe he has been over 3200, is almost always over 3100. So he would have had a good shot, but likely resting up to go for the first place today. Now, a French absolute favorite. I love the French so much. And yes, that is sarcastic. Decent opening, but I don't feel like I fully have a grasp. And the few times I do play e4, I still try everything in my power to dismantle the French because some ongoing jokes with friends. But bishop d7, very unusual. Now, with that said, I say unusual because out of the 23,000 games played in the Masters database, bishop d7 is 800. Oh, no. But still 800, 700, pretty good amount of times. And some transpositions here looks like could have transpositioned from queen b6 first instead of bishop d7. Not anything too crazy. Bishop b5, it makes a lot of sense. The downside to the French in a lot of these positions, of course, is going to be this bishop on c8 getting blockaded. Oftentimes we dream of it being on f5, but as we know from a lot of Caro-Kann variations where c6, d5, you kind of leave that possibility open. That also gives some chances to go after this bishop, to harass this bishop in the early stages. So trading this bishop has some logic to it. The thing that surprises me is the time spending. Now, I do think, and this may actually be most of it, Fernandez was late to the game. I don't know if he realized that the round started 30 minutes earlier, because it looks like he was about 25 minutes. He was about 25 minutes late to the game. Since it started 30 minutes earlier, that about accounts for trying to show up right before the round to get into the right mindset. I could be wrong. Maybe he was just doing some prep or trying to build up the energy this morning after a long, hard-fought tournament. But still, he's taking a few minutes each going for this idea. He has to know it. I believe he has to know it. Not sure why he's moving a little bit slower. Maybe Oparin has surprised him a bit with his selection in this, and so he's trying to balance, he's trying to remember, he's trying to make sure everything comes together appropriately. Now, a big think, I think this is Oparin's, yeah, it looks like he only spent 2 minutes up to this point, so about a 15-minute think trying to take this position in, trying to decide what options do we have, knight c3 or castling. The most natural, I would probably castle. I mean, I expect bishop takes e2 is going to happen anyways, so I don't know if I need to provoke it. Let me start with castling. I know I want to play it. And give myself some flexibility. I don't think I'm really going to put the knight anywhere, but, we might as well. We absolutely know we want castle. Maybe we want to start with like bishop e3 instead of knight c3. So just a timing thing. Might as well wait on that move. Yeah, okay, knight c3 is most commonly being played there. So we might as well wait, but we're going to play it anyways. Yeah. I gotta say, taking a look at it, Black's play feels so easy. Bring the knight to f5, develop the bishop, castle, then we're going to play on the c file. Is this the dream? Is this why people play the French? You get rid of that bishop and you just put pressure on the d4 pawn and try and make some good things happen? Looks like a move has been played. So castle, yes, castle is played. First, we still may see knight c3, of course, but as I mentioned, this maintains a little extra flexibility. Knight c6, does this mean, I mean, rook d1, let's say we try and not commit. It is worth noting, why knight c3 instead of these moves that protect the pawn? Well, if you do take, you're gonna run into some queen b5 issues, so it's not really a threat, but as things start to develop, especially as this knight plants itself on f5, we are going to have to protect it. We know we are. And if you wait for knight e7, what a lot of people are playing and where the difference comes in is you can now play knight a3. You wait for this knight to land here. The bishop is blocked. No ideas of him taking and doubling up our pawns. Don't know if that's the end of the world, but you don't even have to consider it in this move order. And then this knight actually slides into c2 to greatly support this d4 pawn. A lot of that concern and the potential danger has gone away. Now, there's also that reason for rook d1. Why do we play rook d1 and avoid bishop e3? Because we do want to avoid this trade, as well as any potential problems with b2. So it's kind of interesting. Rook d1 doesn't feel like the most effective move in this position, but it has some slight usage, and it doesn't get in the way of any other move. And I think that's the big key here. It doesn't get in the way. It lets us maintain our flexibility. So let's see. Bishop takes e2, queen takes e2, of course. Fernandez now taking a moment to think. Is there any other move except knight c6? Oh, there is. Queen a6 has been played here quite a bit. Going for the trade. Queen a6 going for the trade. It's a very interesting idea. Well, okay, if we play queen e3, we're running into knight f5 down the line. If we play queen d2, we're blocking our bishop. Queen d1, I mean, we'd prefer to keep it active, so I see some games with queen c2. I'm just following a game that's been played here where white won, trying to take it in. Okay, so here's the idea. Wait, did black really walk into this, or am I missing something? Hold on. We see the idea of queen c2, knight takes d5. And white just wins. Wait, why does this exist? Pull up the games. Wow. White won both times. I mean, this just looks winning. I take your knight. Knight takes e3. I want to play this, but my queen's hanging too, so we just drop back. Knight takes e3. And the other game played here was knight c takes d4. No, you just lose, right? Like, what is this? Wait, hold on. No, you don't take there. You check first. Yeah, no way. This just should lose on the spot or something. Okay, so queen a6, another kind of interesting... And it was played! Wait, queen a6 was played! Queen a6 was played, so... I'm being told knight takes d5, classic blunder. Is that a pretty well-known idea? I mean, I would guess like bishop on d3. If the bishop's on d3, knight takes d5, there has to be some lines that you know that in the French. That would make a lot of sense to me. But maybe queen c2 is a bit trickier. I mean, how often are you going to have the queen on c2, especially with all this pressure that black typically gets against d4? Now, with that said, queen c2, how natural do we consider this? I mean, queen e3, as I mentioned before, we don't want to run into knight f5, so it makes sense not to play. Queen d2 blocking our pieces makes sense not to play. I mean, I could see some benefit in thinking, let's bring the queen over to f4 g5. I guess you have the same with queen e3, which may add some sense to, well, let's not play queen d2, let's play queen e3. At least it's a little bit more active, or it feels a little bit more active. But queen c2 feels a bit tricky because you also sort of feel like, hey, I'm potentially running into knight b4 ideas, or down the road rook c8. Like, if you don't see knight takes d5, queen c2, I wouldn't say makes sense. At least not clearly over queen d1. Now, Fernandez played queen a6 fast enough, even if he wasn't, like, he didn't have knowledge of this opening, which I think he does. I don't think he's gonna blunder it, but he could kind of stumble. Knight c6, knight c3, bishop e3, and now this is the move you want to play. You want to free the bishop, and you're kind of stuck. Rook c8. Can you prepare it another way? Rook c8. What do we play? Rook c1. Can we maintain the idea of knight takes d5? No, rook d1 can't. No, I want rook c1. My brain said, or my mouse said rook c1, my brain said rook d1. Although, we're potentially leaving that pawn hanging. So let's say rook fc1, knight f5, take, still works. Eval bar going up. Yeah, because even though you're covering knight c7, you've walked yourself right into a pin. So you're not preparing knight f5 through rook c8. How else would we, or do we accept it? Play knight g6. That feels wrong. That feels really bad. I almost want to play g6 over knight g6 and prepare knight f5 that way. Okay, one suggestion is actually to completely change this. Knight d7, knight c3, knight b6. Actually, there's been a correction, which I agree with. Immediately bring the knight here. So that would avoid any sort of knight f5 troubles. You keep the pressure here, and then this knight goes to b6. Bishop e3, knight d7, rook c1, just to keep playing moves. Knight b6, knight trying to jump in here, knight trying to jump in here. This could be, I mean, you don't have to go knight b6 right away. You could be patient with it, play bishop e7, castle first. This does look nicer. Like, unless you can find a clear follow-up after knight c6, I do like this. Just because knight f5, it's annoying. I guess you could play rook d8. It doesn't feel like that's where the rook belongs either. So, yeah, I'm just feeling with all these moves that if he, no, he played queen d1. Never mind. Anyways, queen d1 has been played, which, as I say, like, unless you see this down the road, this knight takes d5 trick, queen c2 is not natural. It just isn't. It just feels somewhere the queen is gonna get attacked. So it is disappointing. It is kind of lame. Those moves looked fun, but I do understand it. I do. Queen d1, keep it simple. He's gonna develop. The development's actually not quite the same. However, the one idea for white that does open up, just in general, compared to queen b6, queen on e2, is maybe some sort of knight e2 maneuver. So this knight e2, I don't know, moving over to the king side could be a possibility. What else? Knight e7, a3. Okay, I actually do know this. One of the times I did play, it wasn't a French, it was a Caro-Kann, but the light squared bishops did end up getting traded. And so similarities in that aspect. I went a3, b4, and no, it's not typically the best. Is there ever a case you play like knight h4, or is you just run into knight g6? Yeah, knight g6, if I go back, he can go back. So let's say knight e2. Do we go knight g3? Do we want the trade? Knight f4. I think I want the trade. I think I want it. Why is white thinking for so long on board 10? We can go there. We can go check it after this game. At least stop in quickly. Um, no, I think we go knight f4. We keep the tension. The computer says no. I mean, I guess defending this becomes difficult. All right, all right. Knight g3 doesn't like that either. g4. Yeah, we play g4. It hit me. As soon as I know g4 is an idea. It's not my go-to, but it makes sense. We're solidifying d4, and now we have freedom to move our knight. We could play bishop e3 first. Actually, we want to move this knight. Actually, we want to stop h5. So we start with this. We prevent h5, and yeah, that's why g4 makes more sense here, because the downside to g4 is h5. So if we play knight e2, knight f5, suddenly g4, we can move the knight there. Makes sense. Makes sense. Life makes sense. Okay, so queen d1, if he follows it up with knight e2, we can forgive him. We can forgive Opar. He's forgiven. Knight e2, I like it. Oh, knight d7 was played. Hold on. I didn't even connect with that. Fernandez might be going for this setup, putting this knight on c6 instead. Although I don't know if I like this as much. I liked it against queen c2 because obviously you avoid knight takes d5 ideas. But here, now knight e2 feels almost stronger. Like, you go to the queen side, but I'm going to go over to the king side, and the attacking potential feels pretty nice. Feels pretty nice. Yeah, in that other position, maybe g6, h5, and some of these positions, g6, h5. You always got to be careful of g6, though, because it does open up the dark squares. I think g6 is typically a move you wanna reserve for until after f4 is played, because if f4 is played, g6, this bishop is blocked, so white can't take advantage of the dark squares or fight on the dark squares as well. But when it's still open, let's just say, I know this may not be the position you were suggesting, but if you play g6, of course you have to expect maybe not bishop g5 right away. We could just start with bishop e3, queen d2, but you expect the fight on the dark squares. Okay, board 10. Board 10, someone brought up there was a long think. Let's go back to the playing hall, see the bustle and hustle. Yeah, someone is asking about the notation. So, why do you have to do that? Essentially, even though these games are on DGT, there are a lot of games that are not being recorded, and it's up to the players. Like, you have the responsibility to keep track of the game for claims. Like, if there's some draw claim, if there's some issue, you are responsible for having kept track of the game personally. You can't rely on anything else. There's actually been a little bit of issue with that amongst some of the players. Some of them low on time, maybe not recording, playing too many moves before writing down. FIDE just says no. Like, the 30 seconds, if you're getting 30 seconds every move, you have to notate. Make sure you notate. That way, we reduce the amount of arguments or issues that might happen. Board 10. I don't understand why this is such a long think. Is this like an hour think? Hold on. Let's look at the time. I see a 7-minute think, a 3-minute think, so we're at 10 minutes. Another 2.5, 5 minutes, so 15 minutes, a 1-minute think, 16 minutes, and now he's at 34 minutes. This is board 10? Wait, I want to do it. Let's go to this. Let's go to this view. Where is this? Jen Chao. Board 10. So I think in the bottom right, that'd be board 4, board 5, board 6, board 7, board 8, board. I think the board 10 might be, it might have gone back around. It's either on the left side out of view, or at least difficult to view. No, it should be on that left side, but way down there. very difficult to see the people walking. Jin Chao is there. I was gonna say my first guess would have been maybe they agreed to a draw, but it didn't get marked correctly. Jin Chao, you can see him. I mean, it's hard because the whole hallway actually needs to be clear, but he is locked in. This is about a 50-minute think. 50-minute think. What is going on? Let's go back. Let's actually try and understand this. B6, the greatest surprise of all time? Okay, so this. Uh, this line with take on d4 earlier. I'm more familiar. Is it knight takes c3, knight c6? What's the line? Oh, I'm thinking e4. I'm thinking e4 takes. I'm thinking of this variation. Yes, I remember many years ago, I used to work with Sam Shankland on openings. He is a big opening expert. And I remember talking about this position, and he called this the poor man's Grunfeld. This is a very typical Grunfeld setup, but Grunfeld, of course, the pawn is on g6. I think of it every time now. Like, this is literally years ago, and every time I see knight takes d5, I just think poor man's Grunfeld. Now, something that I can note with this, Jin Chao, I think it was 2015 we played. I played Jin Chao. I was white. And believe it or not, I played e4. This position, if I'm not mistaken, this is exactly what we had. If I'm wrong, forgive me. This is 9 years ago. And yeah, it was kind of an interesting circumstance. We ended up drawing. But he should be familiar with these positions, right? He's been playing them. I mean, maybe he hasn't been playing them, but he's played knight takes d5 himself. So he instead goes for e3, not a fan of e4. Develops quite normally. Queen e2 is unusual. Castling, of course, is the typical move. Excuse me, but after b6, it's worth noting, black has a great win ratio here. Black wins more than white does, which out of the opening is not good. Like an okay, reasonable is 50%. If white wins as much as black wins, then you might have a case. But 30 games where black wins 1/3 of the time, draw 50% of the time, white only winning 14%, not what you want to see. But Queen e2, you would think, takes into consideration b6. Probably was hoping for castle, but takes into consideration b6. If he's spending this much time, he has to be thinking about knight g5, right? Like, he has to be thinking about something crazy, and knight g5 going for the attack. I mean, you know, this is what you could sink a lot of time into. Now, is it that complicated, though? Let's say normal move, h6, this runs into... Okay, there are some ideas now. Oh, is it easy? Knight takes f7. Knight takes, king takes, queen f3, but is the queen getting trapped if I take the rook? What moves do we have to block? Because the issue is this rook is also hanging. So you can't just play like bishop b7 and trap. Yeah, knight takes f7 looks like it's working. Black has to have an idea though. Like point 7, if you're losing the exchange, doesn't make sense. So I'm missing something. Is it just the difficulty? Say I play knight f6, take, move the rook, bishop b7, I get counterplay because my pieces are so active? No, we lose g2. Okay, where do we move the rook? I promise this makes sense. Give me a second. Where are we moving the rook? Let's go probably e8 to prepare e5. Queen f3, bishop b7. The queen, can go h3. Totally blanked on h3. Is there a world where we can sack the rook? No. Feels like too much. Rook f8, drop the king back. I don't hate that. I don't actually hate that. Rook f8, queen f3, king g8. Trying to go for e5, knight g4, but still it's an exchange. I feel like I'm missing a shot. Let's just check it. What are we... I clicked on the wrong thing. I want analysis. And engine moves. Why does that make sense? e5. Why can't I just castle? What? Castle? Rook e8? What's the difference? If we play rook e8, it didn't like rook e8. Queen f3, what's the difference? It's because we do play queen f3, and now we have bishop b5 in between. Before we castle, we play bishop b5. Rook e7, we still don't castle. Okay, calm yourself. Okay, castle is up there. It is one of the top moves, but queen d3. Queen d3, because if you castle, you run into... I'm just going to quit. The computer is ridiculous. a6, of course. Let's kick the bishop first, and then we play e4. I mean, it does make sense, though. Like, these moves, move order exactly why we play e5 first, and it's confusing. But it does, like, you can see this, right? Like, white is up 3 points in material. But boom. And boom. And boom. And queen supporting. Rook ready. You can feel the compensation. a6, yeah, it's these move orders. Why is it important to include a6? Is wild. But knight g5. He did castle. Wow, he spent that long and he didn't play it. We were just starting to analyze it. He had to be looking at this. The confusing thing to me about this time spending is, like, what if bishop b7? Or what are we looking at here? What are we thinking about after bishop b7? Because h6, yeah, you can spend a lot of time calculating knight takes f7. You can. I understand that. Knight takes f7, give me 3 hours. I will get back to you. But black doesn't have to play h6. So here, what's the concern? Are we trying to play knight takes? Knight takes f6? This we could spend some time on. I am so skeptical of this move, because bishop takes g2, bishop takes h2. Yeah, I guess rook g1 kind of saves it, because rook takes g7. But we played g6 first. No, bishop takes g6. Okay. Yeah, he had to be calculating something like this, because now bishop takes g6, take, like, you could time sync this so easily. But I'm kind of torn. I feel like if you spend that much time, you almost need to go for it. Like, you took this, you wanted to play knight g5. Like, you either have to cut your thinking sooner, or you just have to, like, play the practical chances. It's worth noting, like, I don't think even this is super easy. I know it says 0.6. I just turned the engine back on. It wants bishop f4, which does make sense, but is a trickier move to find. Like, you're thinking a lot about taking g2, about taking h2. You're not thinking like, hey, let me try and take the squares away from the knight. And even still, this is potentially playable for white. You could think about knight takes e6, bishop takes h7, but my overall sense, if I'm being honest, is like knight takes h7 doesn't work. Like that's my gut reaction without calculating because those bishops look beautiful. And so that's where maybe I'm a bit confused. Is this interest? I didn't think this is interesting at all. Okay, we don't even play bishop e7 actually. King d8 looks better. Getting ready to open the rook. And I guess we're going f8. No, we do have rook e8 maybe with knight f6 against bishop g5. But we keep the bishop here, which is nice. So yeah, I don't know. I don't understand spending this much time. Easier here doing commentary than at the board, but I just feel like you can't do that. And here this I mean the evaluation is sinking. The way he's playing is reasonable. I don't think this is too insane, but I think he tried for too much with knight g5 and playing like knight g5 and maybe even knight e4 and instead of all that, instead of thinking about all the complications, was worth it. Spending an hour on a move, I don't know. I just that's just too much time. It's too much time to me. Let's go. Whoa. Okay, let's go back to Fabi's game. What? Not much. Technically, not much has happened. But the couple of moves that have been played, knight ce7. Knight ce7. Yeah, okay, perfect timing. Someone was asking about board one. Yeah, of course we're going to focus on board one. You can't see the analysis, but back here with knight ec3, I took a look at it, and now only 2 moves have been played. So, of course, we're going to keep a close eye. 2 moves have been played since we last checked in, but it's actually a huge deal. So he plays knight ce7 because bishop g5, of course, you keep the idea of f6. Fabi castles. But now I was kind of knocking f4, saying I didn't want to take it in that direction personally. That stands out. That feels a little bit better with this knight not ready to jump in. But the other move that really catches my attention, the other breakthrough, is this b4. Knight, again, no longer supporting. What is the idea of h5? So he plays knight ce7. What Matvishin may not have thought through the best is, okay, you take this one knight, but then what do you do? Right now, knight e7, you have the same issue. It's actually just worse now because you don't have the support. You don't have the support at all. So knight takes d5. No luck. What else? h5. He's trying to play. He has to be trying to play bishop f6, right? Correct. Hopefully. I mean, well, you have to deal with bishop g5. But now, I mean, maybe bishop g5 anyways, and after f6 we drop back bishop e3. Just weaken these a little bit and then actually go for play here. You weaken these so it makes it difficult for black to castle or get comfortable. And then we go for a3, b4. This looks great. I think this position is fantastic. Take knight e7 now. We could even play c4 ourselves. No, we allow knight c3. Or sorry, knight c6 and knight jumps into d4. I don't know if I want to allow take. I don't know if I want to play e takes d5. So we just go b4 right away. No, b4 he takes on d5. It's not the worst idea. But I almost want to take first. I want to take first. Now, how do I explain this? Not wanting to take is because this pawn isn't very flexible on d5. Like, your bishop's just kind of stuck forever. Now, it does gain some space, which, of course, is a benefit. But, yeah, c4, but you allow knight c6. This is apparently total garbage. I guess we take. We still take. I was thinking this capture was better, but apparently the eval bar is not impressed. Which I will disagree with. Like I actually do like saying this position is equal is insane to me. Unless you can get play going for black with f5 or h4. Maybe h4. Yeah, you get some sort of play, which is the only thing that would equalize it. Okay, maybe not h4 right away, but those types of ideas. You could start with g5. Yeah, so I lean towards taking and then a3, b4. But maybe we once again have to be conscious of this attacking ideas. Fabi may be a little cautious here. His one loss in this tournament came from Nico attacking him on the king side. So having a little bit of flashbacks to that painful loss. I mean, of course Fabi's confident, he knows what he's doing. But that may not be his first impression. Although now as I start speaking, I realize c3 d4 might be the better breakthrough. Someone suggesting it in chat, perfect timing. c3, d4 I like. You also leave open the ideas of b4. f4 kind of lingers as a potential breakthrough, but it doesn't quite click because what's the follow-up? My favorite probably is the c3 so far, looking for d4 or b4. There could be something worth in playing h4. Or actually h3. Hold on. Does h3 make any sense? h3, so after h4 we play g4. It does have some sense in it. Because if he plays g5, this doesn't change any g4 possibilities. It actually makes g4 in that case even stronger. He could go f5, but then maybe we just calmly play queen d2. We fight on the dark squares. We look for f4 now, which will be even stronger because we're opening up some of our own play. Queen d2 also opens up at b4. I don't know. h3 also a possibility. Seeing that, yeah, queen d2 starting to feel even better. I mean, instead of supporting b4 with a pawn, let's support it with a freaking queen. And of course, this is discouraging black's play on the queen side of f5. You always have to be thinking about bishop g5, really starting to shut this play down. If you lose the dark squared bishop, I mean, we could, what's the best way? Take h4? No, we allow f4 in this case. We go f4. We fight on the dark squares. We fight ourselves, yeah. f4. So lots of possibilities. Still lots of possibilities for Fabi. I consider this to be a win. I like this bishop g5 move. Maybe it's not necessary, though. Like, now seeing queen d2, you could just play bishop e3, queen d2, head in that direction. Any other? Fabi spending a lot of time here. Actually, he spent a lot of time here. The reason there's only been a couple moves played is actually Fabi. Matvishin, of course, took a good amount of time playing knight ce7 and another 10 minutes playing h5. But Fabi's below. Like, Fabi's down on the clock. Fabi did lose. He lost to Nicholas Theodoro, who is currently leading with 6.5. Fabi sitting on 6 out of 7. Whoa. Because of b4? Suggestion in chat. b4. Take bishop e3. Ah. Huh. Yeah, we don't even need to prepare b4. That's wild. That's wild. Chat is it's a 3700 elo. Yes, I believe it. That's why your guys' suggestions are great. That's kind of nice. I mean, yeah, I mean, the knight moved off of c6, b4. This is findable. I think this is findable for Fabi. Because the knight moves off of c6, b4 in some way or the other. should be considered. The tough move is bishop e3. Like, thinking about b4 and then maybe takes, which actually is still pretty good. You're going to play bishop a3 at some point, potentially, put pressure there, or just go back and then play bishop e3. That's definitely findable. You might be thinking about b4 right away. And then as you're sitting in this position, just considering the forcing moves, bishop e3 is a threat, you could get there. Let's look at it. Oh, he played f4. Oh, no. No b4, we get f4. Taking it in a different direction. Just to still show that very quickly, because the idea is kind of nice. Take bishop b6. You're actually not supposed to take the knight. Knight c7. Queen, of course, didn't want to get taken. You take, and you're going back. You're just going out the same way you came in. Actually, you could even play bishop e3, knight b6. So that knight is not getting trapped. And yeah, very nice idea. Fabi instead goes for f4, which I also felt would be more interesting with this knight not supporting from c6. But it does make me wonder, he spent a long time here. Okay, what's he thinking? Knight takes, and knight e7. Take the pawn? But then knight takes d5 in between. If you take, knight f6, so of course he takes. And this is not it. Okay, maybe not taking, because then you open up possibilities of this pawn running, but you could play bishop takes. And once again, this pawn is just kind of annoying. I don't love this capture. I do not want to play e takes d5, because this bishop becomes more difficult to play with. Is there anything crazier? What is the follow-up? f4, knight e7. Black's plan is clear. We want f5. Is there something? I mean, I'm such in a fancy mindset that I'm looking for the tricks. I could be going for f5. This is why we play f4 early. f5, try to shut down Black's play, and then we freely go for b4. Knight takes d5 was played. Knight takes d5 played. So we might be seeing this pretty quickly. Fabi, a 20-minute think on playing f4. There we see it on the camera. DGT board ahead by a little bit. Although this could be a decent think. I have to say, I wouldn't be shocked if Fabi plays this. I know eval-wise, this isn't the best. We wish we could go back in time and see b4 on the board. But remember, again, Fabi's one loss came from his opponent attacking him on the king side. And it wasn't just a loss. Like, Fabi got a very miserable position where even though things were protected, everything was protected. He just suffering. He was just suffering. He knew he was losing. And Theodoro slowly was able to make progress before the tactics came to life and Fabi went down. So wanting to just shut it down, I understand. Like a practical decision of just, hey, I'm going to shut down your play on the king side. I have a clear plan on how I'm breaking through. I can understand this because I tell you, I would find myself in a similar situation of just wanting to shut it down. Knight e7 has been played relatively quickly, so this was the most expected response by a wide margin. Fabi spent 20 minutes. I expect a somewhat fast response from him. Like, he definitely should have thought about this position before playing f4, because of course knight takes d5, knight e7. You don't like what either of them are doing. Okay. No, I still like this quite a bit for Fabi. I think it's easy to look at and maybe he found an even better idea, but it just looks so comfortable. Like this to me looks so comfortable. I can understand the appeal. There was also a comment, Bishop E3, Queen D2. I mean, that looks nice. I guess that would come before F5, so trying to play it here maybe. Or not sure in what exactly what position. So maybe I'm not talking about exactly the same thing, but Bishop E3, Queen D2, B4, Bishop G5 ideas. This looks comfortable. As black, what do you do? What do you even play in response to this? I mean, you could try and shutting it down. That looks. This does not look good because you can't really end the pressure here, right? Those bishops, the queen are going to be eyeing that side. We play bishop e3 pretty simply. Even if you play f6, queen d2, like you have to spend too much time. You have to spend too much time. Fabi pausing for a moment to think again after 97. Which is a little bit, I would say a little bit worrisome. I mean, as you go through the variation, even if you did calculate it, taking some time can be valuable, but surely he saw this position after 97. Surely he calculated it. I just can't tell if he's double checking or he's hesitating because he's not 100% confident. Double checking, totally reasonable. You always want to calculate a position through. You want to follow the natural moves. Knight takes d5, 97. That is the natural path that this game should have taken. But slow it down. Make sure. But that doesn't. Oh, Fabi, this is a big pause. Actually, very surprising to me. I don't know if he's going. I mean, in fairness, there are other ideas, but there's a lot of very committal ideas. So from that perspective, like you play f4, yes, that's committal, but like it's pretty normal. Um, we have a move. He did take, and he did play f5. Okay. He did take and he did play f5. Yeah, I don't know. I was gonna say maybe there are other possibilities with takes or knight c3. I was kind of leading up to that, but Bobby steps in and he does go for this f5. I feel better. I still am not 100% sure about that hesitation. I guess it was him just double checking. This is very committal. You are not taking here, right? That's gone. The pawn is on f5, so you're going to have to maintain some sort of defense on it. But I love this position. I think point one is just incorrect. I think that's just incorrect. I would take white every day, all day in this position. The play so much easier. For black, I don't even know. I don't even know what black's playing here. Like you develop like bishop d7, just to say, if you develop normally in castle kingside, which apparently, or castle queenside, it was a good start. Castle and queenside wasn't it. It didn't like one particular thing. Maybe b4. You probably shouldn't castle queenside. Wow, I'm surprised. b4 not. It doesn't love that. This looks destructive though. But I would say like queen d2. Let's just play simple moves. Black goes for an attack. Now we're gonna play b4. Take. This is looking fantastic for white. Very simple play. So black instead, let's say, plays h4 first. g4. He shut down that side. No, he takes. Right? He takes. But then you open up the bishop. Take. The pressure here is annoying. You could just play g5, but then you shut down your own play as well. You shut down your own bishop. You play h3. h3 first. h3 first. I don't see the exact benefit, but okay, h3, bishop f3, queen h4. Trying to go bishop h6. We're trying to get... No, we can't. Bishop h6, bishop f2. We did block f6, though. Which could have been annoying in some lines trying to go for bishop h6. So maybe we just go bishop h6. We just go bishop h6. There's kind of something here. I mean, this h3 move is actually kind of annoying. If you play it here, then I think queen g4 is concerning. No, queen g4, not it. I guess these threats just aren't as dangerous. Take, take. Bishop g5. No, maybe he plays bishop f6 first. And this is pinned. So what do we do? After h4 right away. We still play g4, but this allows h3. I'm not sure. Not sure about this. We could take it in a slightly different direction. In the... Trying to take on g6 somewhere. I'm thinking like queen d2, queen g5, just trying to get any sort of risk out there. But if we start queen d2, he plays bishop f6. Or no, he could even play bishop h6 still. Bishop f6 has been played. So he starts here instead of h4. I'm torn. Black's play might not be as shut down as I thought. I thought h4 and it just kind of ends, but you know, h4, h3, try and play on the dark squares. It's just kind of annoying. White does feel more comfortable, and obviously b4 plans, they're not going away anytime soon. But you put the bishop g5 at some point, you try and get the queen on the dark squares. It's surprisingly annoying. I mean, Fabi's still better. But this position for black is a lot more reasonable than I would have ever expected. Like, I feel like it's borderline, like, gone. Like, you're done. Move on, resign. But, I mean, at least first. Like, if it was a blitz game, I would love my chances here. But I think if you're precise as black, you go for the trade. The dark square bishop at the right time. You play h4 at the right time. You put a lot of pressure on white. Or at least annoyances. Okay, let's go to board 2. We haven't checked this game out much, so let's go check out our top 3 boards. Yeah, see, we checked this way back. c5, so they did contend in the center. The pawn trades happened. Nothing too unusual. This is a pretty typical... Oh, this is just a DGT error. This is just a DGT error. He didn't actually blunder the rook. Although, do we have the correct position then? Wow, okay. So sometimes with DGT boards, if moves are played, and I don't know if it's because there's a delay on the boards. I don't know what causes it, but you drag the pieces, right? So I grab the rook, and some people, instead of lifting up, drag. So it goes from one square, and so it's kind of sensing, oh, this rook may have gone to e1. This rook may have gone to d1. This rook, you know, it ended up on c1, but it may have stopped along those squares. So the rook gets dragged, and somewhere it kind of I don't even know where rook d1 is. Like, where did rook d1 come from? I don't I don't know. That one's confusing to me. But basically what happened, and I can show you exactly how this game played out. Rook takes queen f8, knight b5, rook d8. So if you notice, this is the exact same position, but there's no rooks stumbling, rooks being hung. Just pretty standard, pretty solid position. If you knock a piece and move it, that potentially is what happens. So maybe when he went to take the rook, so Donchenko drags the rook, he goes to take the rook, it slips out of his hand, drops on d1, yada yada yada. It's just one of those technical issues that try not to think too much about. If you ever see one of these top players just like blatantly not take something, or like blatantly leave something hanging, give it some time, and if the other opponent didn't take advantage of it, you know it's likely just a DGT error and will be corrected later in the notation. So this position is not too surprising. When we were looking at it earlier, felt like there was, I mean, that it would be about equal. It would be about solid for both, or it would be solid for both sides, and then it turns into either a game about the right capture at the right time or maneuvering. But who do we prefer? Does either side have initiative? We see the equality on the side of the board, but does either side have initiative? Looking at White's ideas, normally I find in these two open files, C file, D file, fianchettoed bishop, a lot of success if you can jump the knight into like C6 or D6. They just hit a lot of good squares or attacking pawns. You also want some nice pawn sort of pushes to disrupt your opponent's pieces. There's not a lot of that here. Donchenko doesn't have a lot of maneuvers. He starts with rook c4. Rook c4 is a crazy idea. What if you just get hit with this? We don't panic and we play a4. Simple. But what are we going for? Is the rook just there, or is it doing something? I mean, I'd love to checkmate my opponent, but the knight's in the way. The knight maybe moves c3. Then you have to watch out for knight e5 and discovery ideas. Actually, that's not the end of the world. Knight c3 could be interesting. Maybe knight d6 at some point opens up. You sack the knight, but you open the bishop, and then you sack the bishop. Wait, is that actually a threat? Hold on. Hold on. What can we... I want to waste a move. How do we waste a move? I can't. King h8. Move like king h8. Knight d6. Take. Queen takes. Bishop takes g7 now. Take. Queen g5. And we take the rook with the king open. We're completely crushing. King h8, take. You can't block with the knight because the queen hangs. You can't block with the queen because the knight hangs. King goes back, and you get checkmated. So we do have a threat. Knight c4 has opened up knight d6. I don't know how you fall for this because king h8's a pretty king h8's a pretty ridiculous move. There's no reason you should play this. I think it's a worse position for the king because you're literally walking into the diagonal of the bishop. But this has opened up. Now, more reasonably, what about move like, oh, knight c5, you also open up this rook g4 ideas, which I don't think you want to do. Yeah. That I wouldn't. I'm kind of getting on board. I'm kind of getting on board with this rook c4 idea. I mean, this is what you need. You just need some nice piece maneuvers that aren't necessarily winning by force. You're not gonna find a move that just wins here. That's not a winning position. But you just put your opponent in a place where they have to navigate the danger. Now, this does mean bishop a6 it feels like a lot more reasonable of a move because you get the bishop away from being attacked by this knight with knight d6, and you pin this knight. So that doubly, it feels like a great way to try and contest this idea. Maybe you followed up bishop e4, queen. I'd go queen c1. Try and keep the pressure up. Queen ready to jump over. Rook, maybe something along this file at one point. And I don't know if this is a reasonable idea, but knight f6, because even though your king would be opening up after the captures, you get your opponent's bishop. The threats aren't there. The queen protects quite well. So this feels pretty nice. Knight f6, trying to contest that knight, trying to open up the rook. Whoa, Fabi's. c4, very explosive. Wait, I walked into that joke. I read explosive first. Fabi played. I walked into that. Donnie would be proud of a joke like that. Yeah, I'm liking this setup. I think bishop a6 is a great start to just fighting against this rook c4 idea. Bishop b4, and I do like knight f6. Opening up the rook, fighting against that knight. Maybe there's another place. Maybe you could go knight c5 as well. But I think this is just all around a good way to defend against all this. So Donchenko trying to create some chances, trying to go for some sort of maneuvering play. But Theodoro still has a pretty good handle on the position. Board 3, is this a huge update? Let's go. We need to go right now. Okay, so we looked knight c3, knight e2. Oparin's forgiven. If you've been here, you've been here. I was disappointed. I think we were all disappointed Oparin did not play queen c2, trying to contest against knight f5. But I jokingly said he's forgiven if he plays knight e2, and he did. So Oparin is officially forgiven. g6? What? Okay, we also talked about this earlier, and the danger of g6 is opening up the dark squares. And here he just immediately jumps in there. Says, yes, thank you. I did want to go there. You're not castling. Okay. But counterpoint, the knight doesn't have a square it can move out of. If it goes king f8, bishop h6. There's some other ideas here, but I don't think it works. Like I was looking at some sort of a3. You could include this. Actually, I don't even think you want to. I think you just go bishop h6. Let's not be fancy. Bishop h6. a3, too much. Okay, avoid the discovery. And now what? What's next? White has possibilities. You can consider knight h5. You can consider rook c1. a3, back on the table, of course. And this has been played. Bishop h6. I don't understand allowing this. This looks terrible. Like, this looks really bad for black. And I think the reason for me it looks bad, yes, this knight is trapped, but how are you ever attacking it? It's bishop f8. Bishop f8's like the only way you're ever going to attack this knight, and I could just prevent that immediately with a3. Like, good luck. Boom. Like, what are you going to do? A maneuver like this? Bishop a5, bishop d8? That's taking so long. It's like waiting for another decisive result in the World Championship right now. Like, it's just, it takes too long. We need it faster. Uh-oh, the photographer, the media for the Charlotte Chess Center has walked in the room. Danger zone. Guys, how do I look? Um, I'm stunned because this looks terrible, and this rook is out of play. So even though these pieces are tangled up right now, I mean, you're not that much better. Your rook is also trapped, and you're never winning that knight. There's just no chance. I think you start with a3, so bishop f8 as a possibility is gone, and then you just play rook c1. Okay, he has to move, right? You can't allow this. Queen completely open, and you get rid of knight e8. Knight e8 opens up, so you can't trade the rook. You cannot allow it. You play, jeez, rook d8. Like this feels better. I'm stunned. I mean, knight g5 now. Knight g5. We're gonna play queen f3. We're gonna play. We might even start considering knight h5 soon. Yeah, you can play knight f5, but then you essentially gave up these dark squares, and your rook is still trapped for nothing. Like the only thing you could possibly hope for as black is to win the knight on g7. If you don't win this knight, if this knight gets traded, then you gave up g6, you gave up castling, you gave your rook on h8, you put it in jail for nothing. That's why I'm shocked because a3. Like the only way I can see to win this, am I missing any idea? Did he did he miss something here with knight g8? Is it possible that Fernandez just miscalculated? No, because knight f5 at least. Like, yeah, I wouldn't count on this. Knight takes e6 looks better. But knight f5, at least you don't lose the piece. Knight takes e6, king e7, bishop g7. You're going to take and go back bishop f6. Bishop h6, king g8. You just, yeah, Oparin's going to win. Like, this doesn't feel like a ha ha ha, you know, maybe. This feels like you can resign. I'm stunned. Fernandez played an absolute masterclass of a positional game, but this, I mean, this type of positional decision to play g6 just blows my mind. You get kicked out of a chess team for playing g6. There had to have been some sort of miscalculation on his part. Maybe he miscalculated something here. Knight g5 though. I mean, trying to go for rook g8, but knight g5, rook g8 take, king c7, still bishop h6. I, 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 I'm speechless. I honestly, knight g5 has been played. Okay, so Parn opens up queen f3. Ideas, yeah, I, I, you never want to play g6 like this is, you never want to play this. Literally, there is never a situation you want to play g6, and Fernandez plays it at probably the worst time because you lose the castling ability and the bishop immediately jumps in. Like if you at least get h5, like h5 g6, where you don't run into bishop h6, the bishop goes to g5 and is actually going after squares you can contest. Knight on d7 contests f6. Maybe. But if that bishop ever finds itself to h6 and just puts a clamp, and you can't kick it out with knight f, this is the ideal situation. Literally the ideal situation for white to play on these squares, and it was offered voluntarily. This position came from a French. Wow. Yeah, and I mean you see it. Oparin at this point is playing relatively quickly after this. I mean, knight g5 he played fast. A3 he took a few minutes on, but just kind of confirming things. And he's on his way to win. Oparin likely gonna be on maybe even board one. I think we might see Oparin board 1 or 2 going into the final round. Let's quickly check back on board 1 with Fabi. We want to keep a close eye on this. Again, keeping the closest eye on the top 3 boards. These are the final 2 rounds of the US Masters. So everything being decided. Fabi C4 and going for B4. So he just puts the clamp down on the center. He tried to put the clamp down with F5 and saying, I have a clear plan. Now, if you get hit with the same thing, you can't play A3 because of A4. You don't quite get your attack from that position. Let's say we play B3 first to try and play A3. That feels a little slow. I don't know. I'm feeling more and more conflicted. Okay, so we do have someone in chat that looked up Fernandez usually plays the Sicilian and not French. So chalk this one down to inexperience. Lost enough games in the French. Oh, you've lost in chat has lost enough games playing G6 to know never to do it. Okay, so he trying to play a surprise, but unfortunately the only person he surprised was himself. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have the same excitement for Fabi's position after A5. Someone asking about Canty's game. We can go check that. We've looked a lot at this position, and I'm not sure much has changed. I have the same feelings. I'm surprised. I honestly am shocked that White isn't just crushing here because it feels like he has such a good hold, but Black is just sneaking around it enough. Instead of A5, H4 should be a very serious consideration. G4, H3, and then Bishop G5. I think this should be a very serious consideration in this moment where you're just leaving the door open to play on the dark squares. I wouldn't be surprised if something like this happens if Fabi just tries to take it to an endgame. And he tries to grind the endgame. Because while this position is... maybe the endgame isn't equal, though. I guess playing Queen H4 keeps equality. Yeah, the endgame is tricky. It says equal, but you really have to watch this pawn. You have to keep an eye on that. Yeah. What about Queen F3? Well, here it's Black to move, right? So in response to H4, Queen F3, trying to go F takes G6. He takes... No, F takes G6. Yeah, he can just give up the pawn. Hold on. He can just give up the pawn. Our G takes H2. Our king will find safety on H1. Bishop G5 runs into F6. So we don't want that. Does he just take first? That feels brazen. But I think he takes. Yeah, take, Bishop C6, and then he takes. And Black, even though he didn't fully want to do this, he's getting this. He's getting the 2 open fouls on your king. A5 has been played, by the way. Yeah, this was the kind of my gut reaction. Just, my opponent wants to play B4, let's stop B4. Yeah, the mighty umbrella pawn, exactly. Pawn H2, king H1, the umbrella pawn. You're being sheltered from your opponent's threats by their own things. No, after A5. Okay, so after A5, Queen F3. Maybe same idea. Take, Bishop C6. And then it's not as good in that other line, but we're once again looking for H4. Although, hold on, could we sneak Bishop H3? I like this a little bit better at first glance. Bishop takes F5. Don't take, maybe take. Or do we just slide back Bishop G7? Bishop takes F5, Bishop G7. No, I think we just slide back. Clearly I was wrong. And I'm wrong because take Bishop G5. Yeah, and you did successfully Disrupt. Wait, there's something even better here. Is it queen f5 and take it into the endgame? No. Let's not play guess the move. G4. A quick G4. What's wrong with H3? Oh, it's difficult because it's pressure. Okay, so you're getting everything you want. You're getting everything you want. Instead, we play H takes G3 first. How does this not? What? We're going to pause for a second. Equal. The rook activity gives black enough compensation, enough repetition threats to be equal. That's tricky. That is tough to find. King takes d7. Trying to evaluate that endgame without the computer saying, yep, you're okay, would be a nightmare. So there could be something to it. Queen f3 could be something worth considering. Just to try and discourage all of black's ideas over on that side of the board. I think it is worth considering, for sure. A lot of that looks quite interesting. Taking a glance. Someone said Bornik was wrapping up. Let's go take a look at Bornik. Doesn't look. Oh, never mind. The eval bar was wrong. Wait, a wonder already won? Okay, there's a lot. Wow, there's a lot going on. We still have an hour. There's a lot going on. Okay, let's quickly check on Canty's game. We'll switch the view. We see in the playing hall. What has happened here? We see e4. It was an Alapin. Canty, usually very sharp in these Alapin positions, runs the pawn down the board, brings the pieces into the game. Looks nice, but okay, d takes e5. It's nice to have that for white. As I say, it looks nice, but black is dominating the one open file in the position. I like rook a3. Does it work tactically? Does it work tactically? Queen takes c1. No, queen takes c1's too fancy. The king does escape. You kind of want to get something like this, but no. The king runs. Can we bring the knight into the game? Knight. Okay, we do have a move. Queen e4. Looking for rook e1? That's a nasty move. As well as queen takes e5. So you attack here. Simply. Rook e1. Pressure still on b2. Queen e4. That's a nasty move. That's not good. Canty in some very serious danger here. Yeah, I think he should just lose a pawn and continue to be worse. Unfortunately, while bishops are usually better than knights, this knight is so well supported you can never contest it, and it just covers these dark squares. This knight in this case is actually completely dominating that bishop, and I think that's what you're feeling here, right? You cannot develop it, you can't defend the pawn easily, you can't bring the bishop out to even go for sacrifice ideas. You just feel the pain. Now, is there any credence to something like bishop e3? I guess he just takes on b2 though. Yeah. Fortunately for Canty, this is looking pretty bleak. Since we're here, let's check out the other streamer board. Dina, what the frick is going on here? Magesh, he played a game yesterday morning where he also went for a sacrifice. In that case, it didn't quite work, but this is very much his style. Knight takes g6. What next, though? I mean, you have at least a bunch of checks. But I think you're going to be looking, I guess here we'll be looking to play for the win. I want to play f4. This is a gut reaction. I want to play f4 and knight e5. It's too slow because of queen e7. But it sure looks like a lot of fun. It sure looks like a ton of fun. You have something more dramatic. Nope. I still wanted to play knight e5. I was thinking knight e5 first, take an f4, but he takes on d4 quite simply. We could consider f3 actually. f3 first. Does that change anything? Knight c3. f3, knight c3 is important. Because knight g5, yeah, now f4, and my dream finally comes true. Knight e5. Take, boom. We also are threatening to take, pawn, hit the rook, open up knight g6 ideas. So f3, knight c3. And e4, okay. Okay, wait. Wait, I've opened up a fork. I see I have opened up a potential fork on my pieces. So we take first, take an e4? It's kind of weird. This is sort of a balance. Because you have 2 pawns for the piece, you can kind of balance potentially just taking material and taking positional advantages. Sack first, think later, yeah. We also have a suggestion for bishop f3 here. My first concern is knight d2. I see fork, I want to make fork. But, yeah, queen h6 is a huge problem. Queen h6 is actually a huge problem. Because you opened up this. Bishop takes d5 right away. May also just be winning. Yeah, okay, so we see a fork, we go for a fork, unless we actually pause and think. Then maybe not. I think this is the case we go for the rook. If the pressure is going to come from bishop h5, I think we go rook e7 and swing this over, and you're not quite getting the advantage you're looking for with that bishop coming up there. I like the idea, but tough. It's tough. So I'm liking this f3. Just expand. You just play almost positionally, which feels a bit counterintuitive. Your opponent king is completely open, your queen is there, but you can't get any pieces easily into the position. So let's start to open it up, let's start to expand, let's start to gain space. This type of idea I'm liking. Now you could also try for f4 actually. Now that I pause and stop, I've been trying to make f4 work. This is actually a good time. The bishop f3, that bishop f3, it made me realize about this bishop takes d5, and I want it, right? We kick the knight, we trade the knight, and now we go for bishop takes d5, and we still have knight e5 as an idea. You never want to take, open up the rook, you can just resign. This is also quite dangerous. So Dina, she had a very good victory where she actually did defend against a bit of an attack before, so I definitely prefer white. I like these ideas. I like sacrificing. It's fun, but she feels to be in a bit of a dangerous situation where she will have to defend very well. Now we have some big updates on some other games. Oparin still looking on his way to win. Someone mentioned Bortnik, so let's go there. Bortnik, he has 2 extra pawns. Hold on, how'd this happen? Okay, so he played more of a King's Indian attack setup. h3, d4. Very patient. Knight e4, the commitment. And you just lose the pawn on c5. Wait. What? Okay. I I'm confused. Like D takes C5 in this case. Yeah, okay, so sometimes D takes C5, even if you do take a pawn, is not that big of a deal because it becomes a huge target. But you're also opening up a lot of squares. The pressure on D5 is why taking back is just terrible. Knight takes D5, free pawn, and some threats that come with it. If you take here, which is what happened in the game, knight d4 starts to open up. You still have this pressure on d5. The b file is now open. Triple pawns are weak, but being up a pawn with places to put your pieces, kind of a nice situation to be in. Is it very surprising? This knight e4 as a mistake because d takes c5 is just immediate. Bishop d4, knight d2, so Bortnik solidified. And then this knight d2 is really nice, actually. I like this. So he puts the bishop here to guard c3, and then the knight is possibly swinging over to b3 against queen a5. Knight takes. Man, I don't know. I'm not sure what to think of this. Like this just looks winning for Bortnik. I feel a bit. I'm feeling like we're seeing some fatigue from these players. If I'm being honest, like these are very strong players, and I know when you're playing a game, you're in the moment. We're in the last couple of rounds that it's easier said than done to be like, hey, you should have done this. Hey, you should have done this. Yes, I'm sitting here and I'm saying this, but there's an eval bar on the board and I can take moves back. I know it's easier, so I'm always hesitant to be so critical of these players, but some of these moves I'm going to be critical because I know like we've seen better from them throughout this tournament, and it does feel a lot like fatigue, maybe some nerves, knowing how much is on the line on some of these higher boards. We're coming into that final stretch. So that to me is what this is. D takes c5, the main concern. I'm sure D takes c5 wasn't missed. I would expect something like bishop d4 or this knight swinging back to b3 was more likely what was missed by Raul, but a surprising miss from a strong player, and Bortnik, I should be able to convert this. As far as exactly how, I want to support this pawn. My first instinct would be queen e2. Queen e2 actually looks very nice with the threat of queen e8 as well, right? Queen e8, I guess, is not a deadly threat because he can drop back queen b8 surprisingly. So rook takes c2. We could also, can we get out? No. We play queen e8, queen b8. Oh, oh, it's here. I know it's here. But where, where is it? This knight. I wish this knight could just jump. Let's do a slightly bigger L. Go to knight c5. Yeah, that's actually a funny point. He had triple pawns, and then they got untripled. His opponent kindly helped him untriple his pawns and put him back. Uh, this must be what Bortnik's thinking about. Bortnik knows the win is within striking distance, and he's trying to close it out. And this could be. Problem is it can be something like Queen D7 here, which is such a brutally patient move. It's effective, but such a brutally patient move. Queen D7, Rook takes, Rook C1 is the idea. Bishop takes. So much easier to play this with someone else's pieces. Rook C8. King H1. Queen takes. Rook takes, King H7. Oh my goodness, wait, Rook H8. He takes, we queen, and we trade, so king g6, but then queen g4. Queen g4, queen takes, and bishop e5. And we we get an endgame, a rook for 3 pawns. White should be completely winning here. Oh, rook for 4 pawns. Sorry, excuse me. Why not queen takes rook? Queen takes rook at which point? So you can't take the queen here. You can't take the rook here. He takes with the king. You can't take the rook here. You can't take the rook here. This looks forced, by the way. Let me check it. Let me turn the moves on. See if the computer has any secondary suggestions for black. So queen e2. Okay, secondary suggestion, bishop takes d4. Rook takes c2 is best. Bishop takes knight f3 though. I don't know. Wait, rook takes c2. No, rook takes c2 we just take. Wait, did I forgot about this. Hold on. So b8 no, b8 queen. No, we have to take queen c7. We go rook c1. And then we play knight c6. Okay. Yeah, so knight f3, bishop moves. It's saying bishop c5, queen takes a6. Rook and probably rook e2. Pretty simple. So big line to calculate. A big line to calculate for Bortnik. Yeah, I mean, from what I'm seeing, this is it. This is main line. Queen g4 all the way to this endgame. Okay, it doesn't like b8 queen. It doesn't like b8 queen. It wants oh no, it wants rook e8 first, excuse me. I was gonna play a3. But the only move of this variation it doesn't like is b8 queen right away. Now it's reevaluating, you freaking stockfish. Yeah, I think Bortnik finds this, honestly. Like, as crazy and as impressive as this line is, it's forcing, right? There's not a lot of gray area. There's not a lot of variations. Rook takes c2. Okay, you could play queen takes a6, apparently. Or queen d3. It likes both of those moves as well. But you play queen e8. The threat is pretty clear. Take, promote. Pretty clear, no complications about it. Plays queen b8. Only way to avoid the promotion, you block it. And then at this point, if the captures don't work, queen d7, he's going to take. Let's play rook c1, bring it around. Like, it's very possible. Now, if he doesn't go for this, I think he'll probably do it because he finds something simpler. He thinks queen d3 or queen takes a6 is easier. Queen d3 kind of stands out as far as that is concerned, just solidifying for a second. Play knight f3, protect d4, and then take a6. Is that endgame really... Is it easily winning? Maybe I just don't value the pawns enough. But... Okay, rook takes a2. I don't know. We just go after the pawn, right? Rook d2. Okay, that's not the best way. Rook d1. Interrupt rook d2. Maybe if he gets the 3. The 3 versus the 2 rooks actually isn't easy. I was thinking he chases the pawn with his king, but then it leaves his king vulnerable, like king g5, take. Rook b4 would be an issue. So that feels positive, but he goes rook a4. Yeah. So maybe it's not easily winning. Like, it feels winning, and I feel like the reason I kind of went easily winning is because I feel like it's difficult for white to mess this up. Just, you take a pawn, right? He takes a pawn. Like, even if you go for this feels like you just push forever, and you should be able to break through and win. But I can't accept the fact that maybe it's not easy. These pawns, you could build some sort of fortress. That would be... Actually, are you just building a fortress here? King h7, take f6, and rook g5. He has to go for the trade, though. No, he goes for the trade. The trade... Yeah, bring the rook to g2. You can't fortress this. I wanted a diamond. That's that's what I wanted. That felt very solid, but no, you can't build a fortress. Yeah, I think because the rook trade, like king and rook versus 3 pawns is winning without the pawns being too far advanced, which they're not. I definitely think that is winning. But it's still a lot to calculate. It's still a lot to calculate. Yeah, rook b6 instead of rook a5. More accurate. But either way, you're headed down for a very similar position. Let's hurry and go back. Let's go back to board 3 because at a glance, we might be seeing a result soon here. The knight is off of g7. So he wasn't able to win the piece. Oparin is thinking, but okay, what's the decision? The decision is between queen f3 and queen f4. Because queen f3, bishop takes g5, distracts, and then you have time. No, you go queen e6, of course. Maybe not, of course. I was thinking queen e6 to protect d5 and stop bishop e7, and then we want to play h6 and get some freedom. We could defend this also through queen b5. Now, even this still feels really bad. I mean, queen e6, rook c7. This still feels really bad, but I feel like there should be even better. He goes queen g3. Okay, so he does keep the protection. Take then runs into queen takes, where the queen's on the dark squares. Oh, there's actually a really nice idea here, too. Take, queen takes g5, rook e8, queen e7. Take, rook c8. You can stop it, but... Or you can temporarily try and stop it, but nothing helps. So queen g3 with that queen e7 idea does look cleaner. Rook c8, and... Yeah, I think we're going to see a result here very soon. Fernandez, I mean, the look on his face, I think, says it all. Oh, that's got to be heartbreaking. He played such a fantastic game. And the sad part is what he did to a Wonder yesterday is pretty much happening to him. Against a Wonder, he just put such a bind on his pieces and then was able to maneuver and break through, and now he gets to feel the effects of that. His bind, I mean, that rook on h8 is feeling the bulk of it more than anything, but yeah, all around, because the rook on h8 means you're on the back foot in every way, in every aspect. Tactics. What's the best way to finish this? Queen b3 stands out, but this is pinned. So bishop takes g5 is an issue, knight e6. Yeah, queen b3. Is there a move? The evaluation drops with this. Surprisingly. Oh, I'm being, yeah. Okay, this is a concern. I had a moment where I'm like, queen g3, that leaves the defense of g5. I don't love that, but it's fine. It's not fine. We should play rook c1 then. Let's solidify the rook that way. Avoid bishop takes g5, and then we can start considering queen b3. Yeah. Yeah, rook c1 first. Still winning after bishop. You can make a mistake and still be winning here as white. By the way, queen b3, a technical mistake, still winning. That's how good it is for white. But rook c1, keep it simple. Okay, he plays queen b5. We might as well. We're going to stay with this game. And then I think we do a quick check on Fabi. And then I'll probably take a quick break. Quick check, quick break. before we get into the final minutes of these games. I don't want to miss it, but so far it's been go, go, go. And taking a break just to recoup for a minute will probably help. Um, Queen b5, mate and 9. Wait, I was glancing at Fabi's game. I didn't even see the eval. Mate and 9. Okay, puzzle time. You gotta solve it. Everybody, find mate and 9. Oh, it's got to be something with e6. It's got to be something with e6. Yeah, you guys are finding it. Queen jumping into e5. Let's see it. So if you guard the rook after rook c1, knight takes e6, best defense. Knight takes e6, f4. Okay, never mind. We see the idea. The idea is there. If he takes, oh, the fastest way is not queen e5, but rook 1 c7. Yeah. Take queen takes c7. You're just trying to stop queen d7, which would slow you down a little bit. Sack the exchange, queen g7 on its way. Yeah, e6, deadly threat. So that definitely adds some credence. Turned off the wrong thing. Definitely adds some credence to rook c1 because the queen on g3 with this e6 possibility actually is reasonable. Right? Like the queen, we want to improve it. We want to go take the pawn on d5, but it's not lacking on g3. Oparin, I think this is smart. Oparin still taking a moment to just think here, to process, to make sure he calculates everything. He's not going to need 20 minutes. He's not going to need 20 minutes if he wins. He's not going to need any of this time if he wins. He wins. End of story. So might as well take that few minutes just to secure it. Could he be calculating e6 right away? Is e6 right away a move? Doesn't feel as deadly. It definitely feels better if black plays queen b5. Yeah, and then the line b2, the savior. No back rank ideas. That is the one like minuscule concern because it's very well guarded, but you use your rook that's guarding the back rank to defend your other rook. You're mindful of it. No matter how confident you are that you're guarding the back rank, you're gonna be mindful because that would just be terrible. I actually did have a game. It wasn't a classical game. It was a blitz, but it was rated. Like it was an actual tournament where I didn't blunder back rank, mate. And here was the problem. I thought I was good and I was calculating correctly because I was defending any sort of back rank ideas. And I think at some point I pushed my G pawn. My king's on H8, I pushed my G pawn. And my opponent's knight is on F6. So I think to myself, it's okay. I've guarded against back rank ideas. My king has space. And I could have prevented it. I was winning. I could have prevented it. Instead, I allowed my opponent's rook to come down. Not to c8, but c7. And checkmate me. Yeah, because rook h7 at that point was unstoppable. So it's always good. You're always gonna think about that just a little bit because you've experienced the heartbreak. Was it Fisher random? I promise it wasn't. Which actually reminds me, there was that comment about Antipov's game as well, which has fizzled out. That was very exciting early on, but settled down quite a bit. Bortnick didn't play queen e2. He played knight f3, which I guess if you're not going for queen e8 makes some sense. Oh, and there we have it. e6. He did go for e6. It was possible right now. And the resignation. Oh no, not the resignation. I thought I saw a handshake. Just kidding. A soon-to-be resignation. I'm jumping the gun. A soon-to-be. Sorry, Fernandez. I didn't give you enough defending credit. You're still defending. e6. What's happening after knight takes e6? We play queen e5. And once again, mate in 9. It's always mate in 9. Why can it never be mate in 10? This is likely what he was calculating. Wow. Rook takes d8? Yeah, rook takes d8 wins. Queen takes f6. What else? Bishop takes. Only move, take. Bishop takes e7. Yeah, bishop takes is the best move, but the win is pretty clear. And you're not even, I don't even think you're trying to take the knight. You're actually going to move the rook and promote. Ugh, it's heartbreaking. Fernandez, you can see it. I mean, I think a lot of chess players try and keep their emotions intact. Try not to give too much away to their opponent, but sometimes the pain is it's too much. You just you don't care at that point, but to show it. It's it's so tough because I'm sure he just miscalculated something with G6. Like this I don't know what it was. I'm not 100% sure. Or maybe he just assumed the knight was getting taken on G7 because it has nowhere to move to. It feels like a miscalculation to me, but very quickly you would understand that that was not the way to play. Very quickly you would feel it. So it just makes it all the more heartbreaking. Hallucination, yeah. All right, I want to stay with this. I wanted to stay because I assumed it would be over quickly so we could see just the handshake. I did want to take just a short break. Haven't done any breaks up to this point, so I wanted to take a short break before we enter the final moments of all these games because then absolutely no chance. But let's see. I'm gonna glance. Let's do at least a glance. Oh, that did happen. Oh yeah, we might have to go back to Dina's game. Magesh went for my f4 95 idea, but he didn't play f3 first. Uh, Vasif did win, so we have a couple of results. I wonder Liang has won. Vasif has won his game. Wow, Jin Chao. Jin Chao, who spent a long time thinking, drew. So he spent a long time thinking, but I guess was able to keep everything contained and held the draw. What move was played? He does play knight takes e6, and here it's just queen e5. Fabi's game is move 20 and all pawns are still on the board. Yeah, keeping it locked up, slow and steady. Which Fabi's been doing fantastic. Like I've seen some people in chat that I feel like are saying at least a few comments that Fabi's gotten a little lucky, but no, I mean he's kept it all within reason. He's kept solid, even in the tougher games, and he's just puts the pressure on his opponent and is able to convert those time and time again. Oparin doing his final checks. Again, I do want to stress, I expected, I say like we're staying with this because I expect the resignation anytime. But I do want to stress what Oparin's doing. He has 20 minutes. He likely already calculated the win. Maybe he could also play. No, I think it's just Queen E5. Maybe Knight takes E. Nah, no, not Knight takes E6. Queen E5. Like I'm sure he already calculated the win. So why is he even spending time? Why doesn't he just play Queen E5 immediately? Well, double check, right? Like this has been a hard fought battle. It's been a few hours now, a couple hours now that they've been playing. Like don't throw away 3 hours of work for just a few minutes of laziness. Takes a little bit of time, confirms his calculation, plays Queen E5, F6 on the board. Camera's a little bit behind. Rook takes d8. Yeah, he calculated it, but he just double checked. And here, I expect to see the handshake. Sometimes players, myself included, you'll play on a little bit longer just out of frustration with yourself. Nothing against your opponent. You're just so frustrated that that full acceptance of resigning and dealing with the fact that you didn't play how you know you could play does happen. Yes, absolute gamer maniac. I did have a very similar game to what Jin Chao played, but he had the black pieces in that game, where here he had the white pieces, so reversal. Ugh, it's heartbreaking. Oh, it almost feels bad to watch, but of course, because this is such a significant game, we have to stay with it. But this is heartbreaking. I mean, seeing that on camera, I know how that feels. Like that look on Fernandez's face is so sadly relatable. He was having a fire tournament. He took down the number 2 seed in the event, a Wonder Liang. Played fantastically. And here, it's not even disappointment, of course, that you're losing to Oparin. Oparin's a fantastic player, perfectly reasonable to lose to, but the way it happened. And there it is. The handshake, our first result in the top 3 boards. Oparin played fantastically. Very well played by him. Fernandez, just one bad moment, sadly. Ah, just one bad move. That's just how brutal chess can be sometimes. Yeah, and immediately up from the board. Ah, it says it all. Let's go for a quick break. I don't think it will be long. There's too much happening in the games that I don't want to miss it. But give me a chance to stretch my legs a little bit, and we will be right back. All right. I stretched my legs a little bit. I filled my cup, and I can't stay away from the games. I want to dive back in. Guys, I've been loving this. I love this, Jess. I love these games. Even the games. Okay, some of the quick draws I understand, but you know, obviously not the favorite to analyze. Five move draw. I'm not going to spend too much time there. But I think this has been a lot of fantastic chess played, a lot of interesting positions, a lot of maneuvering, a lot of tactics. I mean, some of the tactics have just been wild. This has been great, and I think we jump back into it. So Fabi's game, a good amount has happened. It's turned into a bit more of a solid positional maneuvering type play, but it looks like it's improved for Fabi. A lot of my concern earlier was actually around h4, where if black was able to post up on the dark squares, that it would be a long-term annoyance for Fabi just to deal with, knowing, hey, my opponent's pieces are there and are going to create problems for me. H3, though, is a very brazen move. Your king's here. Did anybody tell Fabi that his king's on g1? Maybe no. Apparently it is a very good move, but okay. We play rook. Wow. Okay, hold on. This could come down to the little subtlety, because Fabi does have this. Does he want to trade? Does he have enough on the king side? Oh, he wins this pawn. Wait, take, right? Take. Queen e2? No, h4. This feels like the idea, because that really kills any concern. G takes h3, bishop takes h3 has been played. Whoa, bishop. Wait, what? Bishop takes h3. I played this move without thinking. Fabi played this move without thinking. Computer gives it a miss? What? Does it want bishop f3? No, you're insane. Rook g8 now take because you take here? It's not even. You play king h2. You play king h2, and the bishop's just better placed. So we had no concern about taking this pawn. We just want our bishop better placed on f3. I, I, I mean, it makes sense, but I perfectly understand bishop takes h3 as a response. We take back the pawn. Although I do think in that endgame that we're looking at, I was actually thinking about maneuvering this back to f3, bishop g2. Because queen e2 that I wanted to play, you run into h4. Or actually even just bishop g5 right away, you don't need h4. h4, g4, but excuse me, bishop g4. Excuse me, bishop g5. Unnecessary, we just play bishop g5 right away. So now we maneuver the bishop and we just get that play very nicely. Should win a pawn. Is this winnable, though? Wait, rook hb8. He didn't even try and put pressure on the g3 pawn. Although, what was the miss? Is it really... No way. That's just disgusting. It wanted king b8. So you take here with the bishop. And the rook's ready to attack the king. That's just... king b8. I think I would consider 5 other moves before king b8. The funny thing is king c7, I guess you want your king guarding a7 to avoid any rook a7 ideas. But he kind of undid this, right? He brought the king to b7, getting ready to take with the king, which apparently was just wrong. And now Fabi can go for the endgame. He can take on b4. He takes on a8 twice. He brings the bishop around. We already looked at it. And he's pushing for the advantage. I saw king b8 by reading the engine line. Ah, me too. We are the same. Okay, let's stay with this. This feels like a big decision point. I can see a world where Fabi, can he start with bishop g2? I mean, is there any consequence to this? I could see where he plays bishop g2 first, just to not commit. I don't think this changes anything. Maybe it does if he keeps down this path. Oh, because now queen g7. Okay, so if you don't trade the rooks, it will be different because eventually black does get counterplay with the rook. So he can start with bishop g2. But as soon as queen f8 lands on the board, now it's time for a takes b4. Oh, by the way, unfortunately for James Canty fans, I did see this earlier. I hadn't seen it for myself yet. And I did just check. Canty, his opponent, in fairness, played a fantastic game, but he went down, losing with the white pieces. Very, very respectable from his opponent, though. Dina is defending. Wow. Okay. Let's see what Fabi does. Let's stay with this. I want to stay with this, and then like wait to see if Fabi takes on b4, and then quickly go check on Dina's game. If a takes b4 is played, I think this is going to be a long endgame where Fabi's just pushing. But Dina's game has been wild. I was talking about the Grunfeld earlier, and I missed it. It was played in round 5. No. I was doing analysis round 4 and round 6. I hope Danya talked about it. I watched some of the stream, but I don't remember him talking about it. Huge Grunfeld fan. Big, best opening. And I laugh, but I actually mean it. I enjoy it so much. Sad we haven't seen a whole lot of it. After bishop g2, Matvishin is pausing to think. Wait. Oh, okay. I saw a little peek on the eval bar. That was that moment with bishop takes h3. Well, where it wanted bishop f3 instead. The blitz was a three-way tie between Fabiano Caruana, Daniel Naroditsky, and Brewington Hardaway. Bortnick. Is Bortnick going to close out the game? Bortnick, I'm glancing at it in the background, did believe that he was winning. I think he's just continuing to take some pawns. Still a little messy. Bortnick still in the driver's seat, still winning, but it is a little bit messy. Still. He hasn't put the final nail in the coffin yet. Big decision. Wow, I mean, at this point, Fabio wins this. The time. There's just, he's the one that gets to push this. He gets to just push this freely. Bishop f3, like, I'm not 100% sure. We haven't dove into this, mostly because I was waiting for the next couple of moves, but yeah. The results to the blitz is a bit tricky. Let me drop that one. I don't do they have full standings yet? Yes, they do. Okay, you guys can see this here. They do have full stand. It's a little bit tricky to find because it actually ended up being under the North Carolina Open. I believe because they probably put in Blitz, that starting with the Blitz under 2000, there was an under 2000 section, and then put in the championship section, which kind of lumped it in with the North Carolina Open instead. King C7 played. Any reason not to play A takes B4? Could play Bishop F3 as well. Sam, how'd you do? Draw? Okay. We have Sam Copeland in the background. Absolute legend, has helped with the stream. If you're wondering why board 3 looks so good, shout out to him. That's his camera being used for it. Because it's just so fantastic. King C7, and this is the moment of truth to see what direction Fabi takes it. If he tries to take it into an endgame with A takes B4, rooks off the board, and go after that H5 pawn, or he keeps it on the board for now. It's a tough choice because from a lot of what we've been looking at, it seems like Black does have some chances with Rook G8. If you play Bishop F3 and keep it on, you just have to be more mindful of it. Maybe it's different in this case. Black may have wasted enough time that you can go in this direction. Bishop G5 now doesn't work. Take. We can only say it twice. If we say it 3 times, we might get copyrighted. Yeah, now this is just pinned. Otherwise, we might still play G5 and go for that same idea. We just give up a pawn, and then we break through, or we take first. So before, yeah, he plays Bishop F3, Rook G8. This is happening. I like this decision because of the time situation. Fabi has to be a little bit more careful. Just a little bit. Like, okay, King H2, maybe he's avoiding just because Bishop H4. Like, any ideas like this, that's actually a nice move. I didn't realize how annoying that was to defend. So King H2, like, he has to be a little careful, right? He plays King F2 instead, but because of the time situation, keeping the rooks on the board for now, I think is fantastic. I think that's a fantastic decision for him. We're gonna leave Fabi up for a second. We'll come right back. Just a quick update on how absolutely wild this game is. Dina's game. F4 95. Knight B6. Dina takes. It's now 2 pieces for 4 pawns. And the pawns start running. But Eval says, good for Dina. Pawns are great, but this may be too much material. Tricky, though. I mean, that knight really doesn't have a move, and I think you need to look for a well-timed kind of sacrifice back just to get some freedom. The first move that comes to mind, not a sack, but just to develop the bishop, bishop h6. C5 played, trying to keep things in control over there. Practically, I always see the eval block. I love to play white. I love to play white. Practically, my struggle is I don't see the next move. Like, if I play bishop h6, I don't see, like, you can't push f6. I take e7, and I'll sacrifice back after f7. One of the pieces back. e5 hangs f5. You don't have h3. Like, that's my struggle with white here. Is if this pawn was on g4, like h3, g4, and maybe we put this bishop on b7 even, where I have like a clear plan h4, g5, then the 4 pawns might be. But because of the bishops covering the squares, the pawns are relatively controlled. Maybe, I mean, it's still very good practical chances, because even here, you can kind of just sit tight. Rook c2, bishop g5. Okay, bishop g5 already, maybe h4. So you can kind of sit tight and wait for a mistake. I do agree. There's some decent practical chances here. Now queen f4. Now queen f4. And I think you regret not playing bishop h6. Technically not. Computer doesn't agree, but in this case, queen f4, the threats are starting to happen. So definitely have to keep an eye on this. Fabi, why? Something, okay, rook h8 was played. Now's the real decision moment. Fabi can just take and win a pawn. Okay, bishop takes, but then queen. Do you get away with this? No, that looks... You're kind of getting away with this. Bishop b7, queen a5, king c8. So you just go like rook h1. No, it doesn't like rook h1. That's crazy. Okay, this isn't as easy as I would want it to be. Maybe you go rook h1. What else? Do we have anything besides rook h1? Bishop h6 is kind of a funny move, just to disrupt the protection.
Bishop h6,
Move of the day, bishop h6. That doesn't look insane. But maybe there's some current concern with h4 and then like rook takes h6, putting the clamp. Yeah, you give up the exchange, but the dark square control. Okay, let's not be too fancy. Rook h1, h4, g4. Oh, now it goes back. Or he plays h3. Rook h1 has been played. What else are you doing? If you don't play h4 as black, what else are you doing? I don't see a clear follow-up here, though. Because you go rook g8, we already know this. I think you go back rook a1 now. And now you're going to take and you're going to play g5. Maybe you could even play rook g1, threaten g5 that way. Because as soon as the bishop is traded, the h4 pawn becomes a lot weaker. h4, g4 played. I think we're going to stay with this game. Fabi's keeping up the time pressure. So right now it feels likely that we're headed down a result road, a soon-to-be result road. A quick update on board 2. Theodoro defending a slightly worse, maybe more than slightly worse. Eval says slightly worse, but he's down a pawn. He's just down a pawn. Opposite colored bishops, though, so maybe some opportunity there just to trade the queens and go for a draw. But definitely Donchenko is the one pushing for the win. Rook hg8, and now I was thinking rook a1. Maybe you take on b4. You could take on b4 right away. Take bishop takes. And do we want rook g1? Yeah, now rook g1. No, because bishop takes, rook takes is important. I was thinking queen takes, rook h1. But he plays rook takes, so now after rook h1, rook goes back. No, rook doesn't go back. Queen h6. But he just sits. He plays queen f6 instead. That's rook h4, rook takes f5. So he just sits. And maybe you start just king e2 and swing the queen around, but now queen h6. No, does black have something here? Why in the world is it saying equality? That's insane. What are we doing? Okay. I want to get back to the game, so let's just you play rook g. Oh, you just reorganize this way. So you play queen f6. I'm thinking wrong. Queen f6 isn't to play queen h6. Queen f6 is to guard queen h6. Simple. h3 was played. Gives it a mistake, a question mark, and says king g3. Haha. King g3. What? I mean, Fabi has some time. He could take it. He could play it. I think King G1 is the more reasonable way. King G3 is better because you put the immediate threat on H3, but you could play King G1. A takes B4 also first, trying to relieve a little bit of the pieces off of the board. The crazy thing about King G3, turn off the moves, but still Bishop H4 you're taking. You're not taking. Are you playing King H2? No, you're taking. The computer's messing with me. You take on h3, and you're just fine. You play king g2, all calm like, absolutely no issues. And he plays it. Oh, Fabi, king g3. They over. Don't spoil it. The delay. I mean, if it's over, I have a good idea as to what happened. But Bortnik, you finally won.
Yeah, they already finished me.
Bortnik, I'm assuming, has also won his game. Yeah.
Finished his game.
Maybe this game is over. Spoiler alert. Freaking Bortnik. You are welcome to come sit over here so that people can. I know you enjoy it.
Of course.
Yeah. I mean, much better to
No.
crap on other people than to worry about your own chess.
Hopefully it's not that cold anymore, yeah?
It has been a little warmer. I do think the air conditioning just kicked on though, so hopefully that calms down. Bortnik alert. So, quick question. In your game, we can go to it after we may or may not get it. I don't know. Maybe this game's finishing soon. Did you
Maybe, we
calculate?
don't know.
Did you calculate queen e2 instead of knight f3?
Yes.
Why'd you reject it?
I can show you.
Okay,
Queen-
okay.
queen two because of bishop
we'll-
d4.
We'll keep an eye. We'll keep an eye.
D4.
I may have-
I
may
know
have
knight
done
f3 is wrong. I thought maybe knight f1, but it's bishop d4.
Okay, knight f3 now.
Bishop a7.
Bishop a7.
I couldn't find just move.
Just take.
So wait,
It is free.
two. Wait, knight f3.
Yeah.
Oh, I know. Now I understand what I wanted. Yeah, I forgot about b8 queen. That's rook c2.
No, rook c2. Take. You can't promote. You take here. But you rook c1, knight c6.
Damn it! I saw that. I didn't know why I didn't play.
I mean, knight
I was
f3 is still
calculating.
winning, but
Yeah,
Queen
knight
e-
f3
queen
actually
e2
messing
just-
up.
queen
I
e2
know
just
some-
looks more
I want
forcing.
to play queen e2. I was calculating knight f1, queen h5, queen e2, knight f3. 3 moves. Oh, also rook b4 I was calculating. Rook b4,
also rook b4.
But it's stupid, I guess. Because of a5 even, somewhere there.
Mm.
Queen e2, I threatened to play queen e8, yeah.
Yeah, well, and it gets really. I went down the rabbit hole. Queen e8. Sorry, queen e8, queen b8, queen d7, rook
This is
c8.
pretty hard to play to this.
Yeah, king h7, rook
Nah.
h8, queen g1. it's
Usually I'm
actually like
stop and
all forcing.
calculate after rook f2. I just need to keep calculating. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's forcing win. That's too dangerous. That's why I choose something else.
I mean it is pretty wild.
I didn't know actually knight f3 is winning
Wait,
or not.
rook h8. A takes b. I was so excited about this, and you spoiled everything.
I'm sorry. I mean,
No, it was I think it was a much better
how
game
long
for
do we-
Fabi.
Not 15 minutes.
It was 15
finished?
minutes.
So this game gonna over like in 1 minute?
How long did they finish ago?
Like I don't know, 10 or 13.
Really? Okay. Well, rook h8's a mistake. So Fabi's gonna lock in. He played
They finished first, then I finished my game.
king h2, and now that's funny. King g3, king h2. Rook goes back.
Yeah, because pawn on e3 gonna take on before and very good moment.
Oh, and you just played g5. Yeah, it's over.
Takes everything.
He probably resigns after taking g5.
Of course, we don't know.
I mean, how would we know? We're not psychics here. We this is happening real time, right? No delay. Who would? Why would they put a delay? That'd just be crazy. Ugh.
Cheaters.
To avoid cheaters. Yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
I got 16 bucks. Nice in blitz.
Oh yeah, you
I
didn't
didn't
see?
know.
I didn't check. Yeah, I was just out. I needed a half point more to have
Me
any
too.
chance. Yeah, yeah. 5. You needed 5.5. Tie for first. Man, what a split.
That was too late.
Yeah.
Starting this was too late. Chess.
Oh. He paused. Does he resign or does he flag? He does not have a lot of time.
Yes, I don't know. I played my game and they finished. Oh, you just resigned.
We're about to see it.
No, you can
You've already
see it.
spoiled so
No,
much.
you
Let,
can see
let
it.
me have this.
It's not me.
No, DGT's a little head. Okay.
It's not
He
me.
resigned.
Yeah.
DGT's a little head of the camera. I want to see officially.
That was
I'm waiting for it. Let me have this moment, man. Bobby with the
official. You
win.
can take.
All right, let's go to board 2. I'm over Fabi. No, just kidding. No, very very big win. Since Theodoro is not gonna win this game, that should put Fabi at least in a tie. We were looking at it way back here. And Donchenko wins a pawn, but opposite colored bishops.
Oh, he shouldn't trade, I guess. Knights.
Is that why bishop e4 is wrong? Because then it's
It's a lot of
difficult to
trade.
avoid the trade.
Yeah. It's a lot of trade
What do
knights.
you play instead? Just
Maybe
H
H pawn somewhere.
H
Maybe
is the
H3.
worst.
Discovered G4 square.
Discover the G4 square. Yeah, so you prevent knight f6.
Wait,
Computer's
actual
still.
blundered pawn, no? Couldn't be one.
Yeah, stop blundering pawns. Jeez.
Yeah.
So wait, queen b2. I still am blundering something. Now knight f6. How do you not blunder here?
I don't know.
You play queen e8 first?
F3, something.
No. How about queen e8?
Just that, I think.
Knight f8. I was thinking we go back. This isn't progress?
Should be a draw. I mean, bishop e4 is logical.
It does make a lot of sense. But literally bishop anywhere else. Literally, like, computer's like, yeah, bishop c6, bishop f3, bishop b7. Anywhere else, just
Yeah,
give your
then
king
don't block.
space.
File.
But why queen b1?
No.
Oh, not here. Sorry, I wanted to put bishop b7.
No, bishop 6 is fine. You can. Oh,
Of course it's fine, but why can't you take still? Because of bishop d5.
yeah, bishop d5.
Yeah,
queen
bishop
f7,
d5, queen f7.
Very weak light squares.
So you can just put the bishop literally anywhere else.
No, it's still a little
Okay,
bit
bishop
danger,
e4.
by the way.
Yeah, he's still.
G5 is good move. Yeah, it's very good move.
In the long run, White's looking to play
How they delayed
f3.
web cameras?
Those skills.
Very-
Yeah, that's very.
I
yeah.
tried it like a couple months ago.
Delay
and I
webcam.
couldn't.
It's
In settings?
it's
What
basically
is-
something Dina did. I can understand it somewhat, but she would have to actually explain it.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I know the rough idea, but yeah, it's kind of nice. He played h5. How much chances do you think he actually has here, though?
I like this one.
Yeah, that was DGT error. That was someone came in chat like, "Can you explain to me why
He played
you
rook
didn't
d1,
just
rook
you
d1.
didn't just win a rook?" Like, why not rook takes e1? I'm like, good question. If you ever see 2600 GMs not taking free pieces, question it at least a little bit. Sometimes it happens, but question a little bit. Actually, Aren't you? How are you defending this as black? Because queen d4 is not really an issue. I mean, I guess I
Just
don't.
king f8.
King f8, but
Or
then
bishop d4.
it's,
Just stay.
it's like you're not impressed. Stay. I guess I hang the pawn here. Bishop d5.
Keep staying.
Keep staying.
No, just I have to wait. I can't press anything. Just wait.
Just wait.
Give me 8. Yeah, but you don't have
There's
threats.
just never threat because all the pawns are on dark squares.
That's what he gonna do. He will try something like this. And
Yeah, bishop
creating-
f3 instead.
creating mistakes.
Yeah, f3, queen e5. Wait, how did you do? We have someone in chat that's playing in this event. Oh no,
Wait, what?
Andy. No.
How that happened? He was winning. Wait. He definitely was winning. Knight b3, bishop b3, he's not winning
My
there?
goodness, the amount of blue moves.
What? How is that? Wait, so he sacrificed the pawn, all of this is so it's right? I thought he just down pawn.
Jeez.
Wow.
Look at all the blue. My
White-
goodness, calm
White
yourself.
is better here. Unbelievable.
f4. All right. Well,
I played against him yesterday in Blitz last round.
this I am or Andy.
This I am.
This I am. How was he? This
I
is
was good.
uh yeah, he played a very
I
good
mean,
game.
95 then incredible number 13 move. Just
95.
special
Sack the
sacrifice.
pawn.
Yeah.
Wow, some nasty preparation.
Oh, that's awesome.
I mean, you play knight
Which
d5.
five?
Yeah, knight d5 played immediately. Just some nasty preparation. That's insane. Rip. I hate that. I'm sorry, like that's to me the worst part of classical chess is this. This game sums it up.
That's
Your
why-
opponent just outprepares you
that's
and
why
then
I'm
plays
avoiding
fantastic.
all theory.
Yeah.
If you play much better in chess, why you just go to the main lines? Play something else.
Yeah, we all suck compared to Stockfish. All right,
Egypt is interesting position, by the way.
yeah, this
That's,
one will go on for a while.
That's
I
rook against
expect.
bishop and 3 pawns on c.
Wait, we need more. Get this pawn here.
Yeah, I think
How did
he
this
should
happen?
take a pawn. He didn't take a pawn, and I didn't understand it. He should take a pawn.
One past e pawn is better than three past c pawns.
Whoa.
Oh, bishop f5.
Yeah, take,
That's good.
take, and I don't understand why he didn't take a pawn on a4. I mean, after a5, your all pawns doesn't work. So
Yeah.
you probably should take on e4. But then probably rook f7 and a lot of completions.
Yeah. I mean, practically,
Maybe
you,
g6.
practically
g5.
you play a5 and just push forever, right?
I think it's
like you-
losing just. I mean, rook f2, king on c3.
Yeah.
You're just losing. Pawn on e5 is very actually strong.
How do you break through with bishop b5?
King c3.
King c3. Okay, let's play a6, king c3, bishop b5. Do we bring the king around? Like,
You can try play king e3.
yeah, I mean, you have
I
to.
didn't say that's gonna be easy.
It's-
must be winning.
it must be winning. All right.
Definitely not easy. Still 3 pawns. Wait, you allowed extra rook f8.
Ah, it's fine. We're defending. What else do we just move. We just sit. That's what you said. That's what you recommended. Bortnik.
Then
That's it. I'm learning. We don't move. You can't actually go through king f5, bishop d3.
I think it's gonna be like something like Sus1. Sus1, you have to move like a pawn or something.
Yeah,
I don't
because
know.
you don't want to play G6 because then King
I want to
E5 Rook
check my
F6.
game.
You want to check your game? Okay, okay.
I didn't see that.
We can go back. We can go back.
I
All
think
right, yeah. So I checked it. I checked it mostly here.
I
What
didn't
did you
expect
talk
Rook
to?
C3.
Did you talk to your opponent at all? What was
I don't know
94?
why he played 94, but I think he will play 94.
You thought he would play it.
Yeah, I thought
But
he gonna play 94.
what a D takes C5.
Because he played Bishop F5. If you already played Bishop F5,
Well, but couldn't
and after
you?
Bishop E3, you're gonna play Knight E4. What else? C4, 95.
You can't play
I think H6. That's not good. Could play D4.
H6,
I don't understand why he didn't play D4.
D4,
95.
95. Yeah,
See. I knew
it's
that
just
C4.
equal.
Yeah, he played also A6 in move 8.
Yeah,
I
that's
thought
very
D4
strange.
he's gonna play, and we have kind of King's Indian, of course.
Yeah. Yeah, A6 kind of strange. Is really nothing? Is 95 like
94
is
is
95 really this bad though? Like
I don't know. I'm gonna play G4 F4 F5. I mean, this
okay,
is a
okay.
game.
Yeah, it's yeah.
I'm just
I know.
not a plan.
I was so surprised because I the first time I checked it is when you were completely winning. I'm like, how'd this happen? And it was D takes C5, and someone pointed out you have tripled pawns, and then your opponent.
Actually, it's here. We have a choice after 94. Bishop D4 is not the obvious move.
Oh
You
yeah,
could
Bishop
play-
D4 is really good.
You could play Knight D4.
Yeah,
It's very interesting.
try and swing to Knight B3.
I'm trying actually trade light square bishop,
Oh, I mean, of course, first.
and then I will have amazing square on F5 on my knight. And I didn't know which one is better. Bishop D4, Knight D4. I thought it's more safety ways. Bishop D4.
Yeah, because then you don't have to even calculate Queen A5.
No, Queen F5 now. Actually, I have.
Oh, this is,
I can take
Yeah.
Knight F5 or Queen G4 first.
yeah, Knight F5 is dangerous.
I actually found a very beautiful line. It's if Bishop G2, King G2, Queen D7, Queen H5, and if Bishop C5, then Knight F5, Bishop E3, Queen G4.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's brutal.
And
So
I
wait,
felt
why?
so
But why
good.
didn't you play Knight? Why
I
didn't you
don't
play
know. I
Knight?
had feelings like this is wrong.
It's just you had feelings.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks like it's about equal. Both of them are quite good.
Yes, but something inside me said, no, now Bishop D4 is better. I didn't know how to explain
It's
it.
just, I mean,
I was
no,
stuck.
I understand.
I'm better.
I
And
understand.
then I see two moves, and both of them good. Which
Uh,
one I have to choose? More safety. More safety. Bishop D4.
Yeah, right. It's easier.
Oh,
Dina's
to rebellion
completely
won
winning.
again? Damn it. I thought that's easy. Maybe that's not the easy draw. You kill us.
Maybe it's not an easy draw. Okay.
What's
So you go
next?
Bishop D4.
Yeah.
Yeah, Knight D2.
I didn't understand this move.
Knight takes
I
D4.
thought it's terrible, Knight D4.
And B6.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
I thought
no,
after
this is
B6
what they were saying. Like you have triple pawns, and then your opponent so kindly like untripled them, not undoubled, untripled. That
Yeah.
takes effort.
Then
That's very impressive. No, I'm not crediting you. Think Raul. He did more for your position than you did in these last few moves. You just took things.
thank you.
Yeah.
Bishop F6 and wait, I didn't expect Bishop F6. But then when I played B7, I thought he gonna play Rook B8, not Rook C3. I didn't calculate even Rook C3. I thought Rook B8. Yeah, it's much worse. Knight B3, Knight C5 I can play. I thought Knight B3, take and Queen D3. That's what I just,
Simple.
slow, double Rook somewhere.
Yeah.
Maybe trade Rook. It's still not that easy,
I
by the
mean,
way.
you're gonna push forever. You're up so much time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which I spent.
You're up.
That's all my time immediately after Rook C3. Rook B1, I thought it's logical. I must play, and after Queen C7, that was critical
This
moment, and I
was,
made a mistake.
Wait, how
I
long?
was sure that's.
How long did you spend here? Because DGT doesn't seem to.
20
minutes.
20 minutes, yeah. 20
It just
minutes.
doesn't say it on the side, but
Wait, the Queen E2 also bad? Why is bad? I can show you Knight F3. No, after Knight F3, Rook B8, I play Queen E2. and rook b7, queen a2, queen a6. I thought he gonna take on b1. Well, what? It's 0.6 only?
Yeah, I couldn't go to your game. I forget which one I was looking at, but I didn't feel like I could leave it. But I was actually kind of stressing for you because I was having flashbacks to one particular round
Yeah.
that
I was thinking
you
during the game
also
about
may
it.
have played
Yeah.
brilliantly, and
And I said to myself, don't waste time a lot. Just
yeah,
make moves. And rook b1, I was calculating.
rook b1.
Rook takes b1, rook c2, check queen e8. Yeah, king h7,
You
queen
just
takes
you just
d5,
take the pawn.
rook f2, king f2,
Ah,
queen c2,
yeah.
knight d2.
Oh, knight d2. Wait,
Wait,
no.
what?
I
King
thought it's king
e3?
e3. Yeah,
I
king
missed that.
e3.
I didn't see. Why knight d2 is not winning?
He takes.
Take, king g3, king g1,
Bishop takes.
One.
Wait.
queen d3. I thought that's winning.
Oh, queen d3 right here. Yeah, queen d3.
I didn't see queen d3 right here.
Yeah, don't take.
I could miss it.
King e3. What? Not king e3.
I didn't see king e3 at all.
It's so easy. You just move, and it gets even
I
better.
could-
King
I
f4.
could find it.
Look at this. Look at your king goes.
Yeah,
Safety.
it's
The freedom.
easy.
It's because you're not from the U.S. We believe in freedom
Wait, king e2 also.
We
Why
run.
I should play king e4?
because it's more fun.
It's sitting here commenting is fun. When you play it, that's not fun playing king f4.
King f4. Come on.
King e2 is fun.
No, king e2 is lame. Come
I
on,
didn't
queen
see
c.
king
Oh,
e3. I'm upset.
yeah,
I
knight
missed
d2.
king e3. Too many miss moves. Damn it.
I
messed up again. My technique is terrible. I was winning and I messed it up.
yeah, I
And I
just
knew that. Rook a7, he played it, and I couldn't believe I don't have anything here. Unbelievable. Rook e8, queen e2 doesn't work. And even if I will double my rooks on on 8 rank, it doesn't do anything.
king march. See, he understands. King runs.
I still don't understand why
Safety.
it's 0.7. I thought I'm winning. Okay, queen b5 I played
Queen
instead.
b5. Yes.
What should he do? I don't understand.
What if he just takes this stuff?
Rook c2, queen d5.
Okay.
That's something like queen c6? Or what? If you take
I-
a rook e8, queen f5, queen f6, I win.
Yeah. And this is nothing. Just to
I
show.
have king f5. That's why he played
Just
rook
to
a3.
show
I
check.
thought this was
G6
smart.
take.
That was very
Here,
smart.
here. Knight guards.
I don't understand. I messed up again. Wait, rook a3 he played?
We
Where
can
I
do
was
this.
winning, I didn't see that.
What if can you just protect the pawn? What's wrong with rook a5? So many things.
Just check.
Check and
No. Now you have to spend 2 tempos to bring both rooks. I think maybe it's taking queen c6.
take queen c6.
Yeah.
All right, let's look at you. How do you find this so easily?
Mm-hmm.
But not in the game.
Not in the game.
Yeah. Yeah. The rook activity.
Yeah, that should be.
Yeah.
Wait, but how am I winning after rook a3? I couldn't find rook b3. I thought that's the right move.
It is the right move.
Yeah, but after take, I didn't see a move. What? +4? Wait, I'm that stupid?
You- Wait.
Said yes.
Wait, why can't
Yeah. Tony.
Oh, Tony.
Yeah.
Tony. So what's wrong with queen takes d5?
It's rook c2 right now. And because my rook on b3, not on b1, it's gonna be queen c7 and queen c1 in the end. They do the same idea. I couldn't find a winning move.
Wait,
Wait, what? Well, how is this +4?
you gotta love when it just rubs in so beautifully that you're an idiot. +4.
Oh, wait. No, wait.
No?
More too.
Hmm?
I thought maybe it's queen d5,
No,
rook
he-
e8, queen e4, and rook b7 something, but it still doesn't work. I have no idea actually what is this. I couldn't find during the game, and I can't find
Yeah,
even right now.
so for a note, he played rook takes c3, and it considers that a miss.
Yeah,
So
but I
for
didn't see
anyone,
the move. That's why I played rook c3.
yeah, I mean it makes sense. Rook takes c3,
So
I'm
it
not
should be something forced. Actually, I was thinking about knight h2 here.
knight h2 to go knight g4.
Yeah, but it doesn't work.
Well, something you can't just say everything doesn't work. Something has to work.
Knight h2 it doesn't work because rook 8 takes c2 and a Thracian queen g3.
Oh, that's mean. Yeah,
That's why I didn't
rude.
play that.
That's rude. Do you have anything simpler? Like, can you just buckle down anywhere?
I can't. I have to. It should be something forced.
You
I
can't,
mean,
like, you can't play like rook e8, knight e1.
no. I was calculated because pawn on d4 is handy. Wait, something should be easy, no?
Are you sure queen takes d5 doesn't win?
I don't
100%.
know, but rook c2. What's next? Knight g5 doesn't work. Queen f5, g6
Wait,
is
wait,
still
wait.
winning.
Yeah, is
Queen
g6?
f6, rook f2. How am I winning there?
Wait, what's
I'm
in the
losing
two?
there.
You have rook. No, you don't have rook d1.
Oh my god, I have a rook e1.
Rook e1 takes on f6 though.
Yeah, but it's up of piece.
I'm miscounting. No, because he takes a rook.
Oh,
So here,
you're right. Yes, I saw that.
here,
Right.
here. Take
So that
after this here rookie.
No,
Okay,
it's queen
just
e1. No.
yeah,
I'm losing even.
just to show this,
Damn it.
just to show this. King h1, queen here,
It's
rook
even
goes
made.
back. Take.
Oh, wait. Is it rook f1 mate? So it's not checkmate there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, we still have
Yeah.
a question. How is winning?
Okay. So rook e8's fine. Rook e8, you still have a move. You're still. I want to check it, but I also
No, let's try to find.
we have to find. It's too confusing.
Maybe it's no. I thought maybe knight should be knight somewhere. But where?
It's somewhere. Yeah, that does feel
Do you see? Huh?
promising.
No, me either.
We're getting there. We're getting there. Maybe we're getting there. It is
I
up.
couldn't find. I mean, I spent like 10 minutes. I didn't find it. I took him c3.
I'm waiting for it to be something very stupid.
Like rook b2.
Yeah, like rook b2.
So. If rook c3, we just get the same position. Queen c3. Queen d5, queen c2. So it's not rook c3. What else can be? Damn it. No, I don't understand.
Is there anything with like
I thought maybe
h4?
queen e2, you know, the idea like knight g5 check. hg doesn't work because queen g5 mate, but there's always bishop g5.
Yeah, bishop g5.
So this also doesn't work. Queen b8 doesn't do anything. Knight h2 is here maybe, but wait, maybe it's here knight h2.
What's the difference? No, it can't be because you could just do
Yeah,
knight
it's
h2.
nothing. Yeah,
It's a
not
check.
different. Yeah, check always.
The check just doesn't ruin it. How many grandmasters does it take to find this move?
It's no way to find.
There's no way to
It's
find.
impossible.
There's only so many moves though. Come on.
Yeah. Don't check engine.
Boo! But it gave it a
That's
miss.
what I played. Yeah. Yeah, but I didn't play rook e8.
The miss is wrong. No, it transposes. It's just the miss is wrong. That's why we can't find it. Because it incorrectly marks it as a miss.
Yeah, but queen c3 and
Okay, so but rook e2 is wrong.
I don't know.
Don't
I
check
thought
the
it's
engine.
winning. I play rook e2 because if you take on c2 with rook, I have a check. That's
You have
why
a check.
I didn't check first.
Oh yeah, queen b8, queen b1. Okay, I just need to know. Just okay. This one is actually a miss. Just before we try and think about this at all. How long did you spend?
Here, not long, 3 minutes.
Oh, 3 minutes. Yay.
I understood like I couldn't find a move, so let's play slow because he's down the clock. I was thinking today just finished, but they don't.
Yeah. Honestly,
Still
it's
not
just not.
easy.
It's not clicking. So rook e8 obviously is possible. We already know this
Yeah,
one.
but what next? Queen d5, queen c2. Oh, maybe knight d2 there.
Oh, and queen f5.
That's impossible to
Wait.
find.
Take knight d2.
Nah,
Ah!
I found it too late. I found
Oh,
it too late.
that's gross. Take queen
And this is
f5.
only because I know I have something.
Oh yeah.
That's the problem.
Yeah, knight
If you during
d2
the game you
is
don't know, it's pretty hard to see knight d2 moves in variation because rook e8 you have to see knight d2 before you play rook e8 because after rook e8 you can't
yeah, you
play
miss
rook
out
e2
queen
back.
b8. Yeah, because you need this check, so you
So
can't play queen c
yeah,
rook
practically I
takes.
made the right move because I couldn't find. But
Yeah.
it's pretty
Knight
hard to
d2.
find.
Okay.
Yeah, but why it's
So
not winning? By the way, I thought it's winning still. It's a
queen
rook endgames.
c4.
It's not winning. Wait, it should be winning. Come on. It's
No,
plus two
this
almost. No,
yeah. I mean, as it plays out,
you know.
it goes up. Dina, did you win? What? Let's go.
She's a monster.
Ah, wait, he played the same thing. Let's go.
Try to
Big
find a win.
win.
Did you see finish the game?
To finish the game?
How to win this? You can see it right now.
I did, yeah. This I actually remember seeing. I already saw 97.
It's only one move
I
against.
glanced at your game
Because he
because I
took
saw
it.
the evaluation bar drop, so I was keeping an eye on it. And then I saw it go back up, and I saw 97.
The point
I didn't.
of rook a1 it's to play c3 and rook d1. So I move by move one game.
Yeah. And just to show the idea, knight f8, knight e6, pick up the bishop.
Yeah, I almost blunder in the end. It's funny. Yeah, and he still can take on d4 because
Oh,
rook
because you just play.
c8,
Yeah, you play
knight
rook
f8
d8.
and rook d8 in the end. was so upset.
He can't go anywhere. Yeah, that's just mean. Why you gotta do this to him?
Why not? Look,
Uh,
I almost messed up this. It's unbelievable. I mean, I could stop. I play king f1, and he just up f4. King e2 doesn't work because fg.
gee, free rook.
This should be a winning
Just
still,
kidding.
like fg, rook g3, d5.
But now you have to work a
yeah,
little bit.
again, need to just calculate them now. I don't have to calculate.
Yeah. Well, very nice. So this puts you on 6?
6 of 8, yeah.
6 of 8. So wait, hold on.
Unfortunately, I didn't take by for the last round. And
You
I
have the white
still have to
pieces.
play.
Oh, he's losing.
Do you see the opening?
Dude, the opening was wild. That was actually I looked at it here, and then it got boring, so I didn't go back. Oh wow.
I was calculating.
G5.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the next time I saw this game, I just glanced at like here, after the trades. Like, oh,
It's a bit bad for white. I mean, it's no way. It's okay.
this would be
You
big.
down a pawn, position is open. He has two bishops, close to be equal. I guess just equal.
Is this what they're both sitting on 4.5? This is the wrong.
No, they're on 5.
They're on 5.
Yeah.
Okay, they're on 5. Yeah.
Too many people.
It's too many people on 5.
Yes. You can repeat it one more time. Too many people on 5.
Too many people on 5. It's more true if you say it twice. What? Yeah.
More truth?
Uh-huh. More truth.
I said truth.
True. Troff.
Oh.
More Troff. If you repeat it. Wait, he just lost the pawn, but
Still not easy. Oh, queen h4, he blocked queen h4. That's still a draw, yeah, I guess.
yeah, the eval bar.
Oh, he just allowed to play h4. Why he didn't take? Could I take? No, pawn.
Sorry. I saw queen, I took queen. Simple. I'm simple-minded. What do you want from me?
And I just go standard.
Yeah,
It should
this-
be easy draw. No.
This actually doesn't look that bad to hold.
Yeah.
Queen f2 is pretty wild.
I don't know.
And b5? He must...
He...
This feels like he's trying to play for a win almost. Like he'd rather win than... Like he wants to keep in the top.
He's down clock.
Like,
That's
no
what-
no way. Like, why else...
Wait, he played bishop f5.
Like, no way you think your drawing chances are better here. If you're playing for a draw, you never play queen f2. Unless the only capture you see is
No,
queen
he
takes
probably
e4.
didn't see maybe queen h5, queen d4, king b3. Maybe he calculated like c3.
But even c3, like...
Or he thinking it's a draw still.
This still feels like better. Okay, queen d2 is annoying. Queen d2, yeah. Bishop f5 is nice. He plays h3 and queen takes c2.
Yeah, he just blocked the queen to avoid all ideas like queen f8.
Yeah. Wow, that's a big
Even
win.
at c5 not possible. Queen c2. So h3. Knight c5, queen c2.
Yeah. Yeah, you're almost in zugzwang after h3. Not that you need to be, but
Knight b.
yeah. Nizhnik, he did break through. How did he break through?
Like king e3.
Wait, he did allow rook f8. He didn't listen. He didn't wait.
No, he played g6, which I like. Okay, but still, how he took full pawns? Okay, that's not,
Is
that guy just give away them. Calculating bishop a4
yeah.
makes sense. Yeah, king e3 is
Yeah, but you might as well
maybe he thought
get his king
he
active
just
is the
wants
better
to play
chance.
C push. Bishop d3.
He's, he's taking all the pawns. Yeah, here king e3. He's literally just taking all the pawns.
It's too many
End of
pawns,
story.
but not enough.
Board 2? This still nothing. It's kind of frustrating. Like this
Yeah,
feels
but
like
this-
this feels like progress,
It's
and
very annoying to actually defend the position. Too many light squares and low in time. It's really possible to blunder something.
yeah.
Bishop d3, you know, check, queen e4, then somewhere f4.
Yeah, he'll push this for a long time.
Will be very difficult to hold.
You think you've changed. You didn't seem convinced before.
But he didn't play king f8, he played king h8.
Ah, he didn't wait.
He waited and just
Wrong
defended.
way.
No, I still I said it, it's gonna be tough.
Wow, Dina did win. She just looked at us funny and walked away, but that's a big victory.
She's too strong. Sometimes.
Yeah, this was a crazy one. I don't know if you saw this at all, but
No.
it ended up being.
I see a one move queen g4.
This is when I last saw it. 2 pieces for 4 pawns,
Scary, but
and it's equal. Of course.
Yeah. Queen d4 is mistake, so you should take rook c5.
Rook takes e5.
Just tuck a
Wait,
rook.
wait, rook takes e5. The bishop's too good. What? Oh, that's
Yeah, it
insane.
looks like it should be right.
Yeah, now the knight's really awkward. You just plant the queen on
Rook
e5
f4
and
incoming.
okay.
97.
It's just no progress. It literally just moving back and forth for both players. Like rook 88, give up the bishop. Queen c1.
Oh, g5 thread.
Crazies.
Mate thread. And yeah, nice. That's all check. 3-time repetition.
Nice threefold. Nice
Threefold,
threefold.
yeah. I
Okay.
thought after queen g4 he played in, I don't know which one was move.
Uh,
White
so
is much
so
better.
yeah, so back earlier,
I'm just winning, yeah.
it not being my pieces, I said f4, but he can just play f3.
Yeah,
It's
for
the same
up.
idea, but now you play f4.
Makes sense.
Same idea, but bishop
Yeah, knight
takes
staying
d5.
on d4 and you are not actually
Right.
get him away.
So
just
yeah,
for-
it's just
I mean,
just
he
too
wants
quick.
to play an 85.
Yeah, it's a good idea. I like the idea, but you just include f3. Simple. But maybe he got too excited about
Negative.
sacrificing another
Some
piece.
luck, by the way. Shoot, two losing position one.
Yesterday, that was very bad, but she held
You
on.
create the luck.
You create the luck, exactly. And she scares me more than you do, so she creates her luck. Oh, Begum is beating Brodsky. Maybe not so easy. Any other games? It's
That was
really
weird. It came once the bishop was in h5. Many moves ago.
many.
Yeah, bishop on h5, and I thought, what the heck was going on in the board? But I thought it's black is fine. Oh, 90.
Oh. Just blundered. Yeah, he just blundered 94.
How he losing, by the way? Ooh, oh,
Oh,
this looks
wait,
bad.
he still got back in it.
F2. Oh, oh,
Wait, still got.
oh. That's not good. This is hard.
Yeah,
Wait, what? That was three-time repetition.
it would have been,
Yeah, rookie 4.
but he's playing. He's playing for the win. Better to lose than to draw.
I disagree. In classical, I did. In blitz, yes.
And Blitz, yes. Okay.
Classical, probably. Yeah, but
Probably.
now he's trying to make a draw.
The checks. How easy is this to win though with all the checks?
Not easy.
Like it should
You
be
should
like,
push king up, I guess.
although it's difficult to move the white pawns without hanging them.
Yes. So that's why you can c5. The one move logic. Oh, nah. Okay, she wants time a little bit, I guess.
Always repeat
Or king
once.
b5 she wants to play. After queen a8, king b5, and then king c4, king c5. It's not easy.
Yeah. I feel like this might be easier though than it looks. Because the knight's such a good defender of the king.
That's true.
Right? Like this position, the king's on c4 and there's no checks.
No checks. Yeah.
Like that's ridiculous. And I think it's just gonna continue, king
But you
king
have to push
b1,
pawn, like maybe
a5.
queen f8, f5, f6, something like that.
But is this ever really a danger? I mean, f5? Like I don't care.
F6.
Okay, I turned into a
You should
danger.
care.
I should care, right?
That's why it's not as easy.
Okay, I check first.
I don't know. Oh, I don't have king g1.
I was hoping you didn't notice that. King g1, I push an f6.
Then king h1.
King h1.
Yeah, to avoid queen c5.
Queen b6. I don't know.
I mean, it's winning, of course.
Yeah. You have to be a little bit careful. A little bit. Fabi won. Nico is currently defending. He's
And I
just
didn't spoil the result, by the way.
he Bortnik did spoil that Fabi
No, no,
one.
no, no, no.
He spoiled it. I'm like, Fabi's on his the verge to win. Bortnik walks in. Yeah, that game's already done. You suck.
Yeah,
Uh,
it wasn't me.
it was Bortnik. I
No.
want it to go. I want to go down in the history books. Bortnik spoiled the result. No one else. Are we good? You accept?
No.
Uh, yeah, slow and steady.
Okay, that's boring games left.
This
So
is boring.
I'm gonna leave
Yeah,
you.
you can leave. I want to stay because this is like the number
You have
one.
to stay.
I have to. I mean, it's the leader of the tournament. We gotta stay, but this game could go on for like
Gonna
another
be a
30
dragon.
minutes, and Nizhnik is completely winning. Antipov, wait, what? How did the queen? What is this? How did the queen end up on h8? What is queen e6? Queen e6 is a very weird move. Make the queen less active? I mean, still winning, but okay. Queen d7's. You're just gonna pick up b5 now. Queen d7's nice. This is the backwards move we can accept. This is a much better one than queen e6 earlier. 2 pawns. I mean, this should be over. With the delay, it's probably already over. We need Bortnik to come back to spoil it. Other results, so it is official, the delay is caught up. Dina did win. Any other ones we want to check? Ooh, okay, let's go here quickly. There's board 13, Robbie Kevlishvili versus Brian Ramirez. White completely winning. A pawn push. The queen, can the queen even get back to defend? So you start with the checks. What's been happening? The last few moves, I assume, have been some checks. Okay, queen c1, king f2. Oh, the checks run out too quickly. Queen e3. Yeah, excuse me. This is better. Do we check one more time? Queen d3, king f2. The checks are running out quickly again. Queen a7. And I think you just bring the king in to get bishop d4. Is there... Oh, there's a faster way to do it. Bishop b4, simple. Bishop b4, bishop c5, put the pawn on a7. The queen will be stuck, and at some point you just push f4. Like, you just run your pawn at some point. So that's a pretty... Yeah, this should be a pretty easy win, but kind of fun to see. I mean... We talk about the power of the queen so often, it being absolutely dominated by a rook, bishop, and that pass pawn. Kind of fun to see. We're gonna keep the camera. Let's go very briefly. See the playing hall pretty much cleared out. So a lot of games are done. We're, of course, as Marnik says, the number one game we're following is just a long endgame grind. So admittedly, it's very slow paced. There's not a ton to analyze because f4, this is all kind of expected. Of course, you have to push the pawn at some point, and he's going to keep trying to push it. Queen trades are going to be... Wait, queen... The queens are getting traded. Is this just over? Did he play f4 at the wrong... Okay, but you have king activity. So king runs up the board, but this is no big deal. The king gets to f8. Yeah, you just take... This is over. Hold on, I think Donchenko picked the worst moment to push f4, where queen g8 opened up. So Theodoro, it could be Fabi and Theodoro tied at 7 points. Fabi, after losing to Nico, has managed to catch up to him. It looked like Fabi may have even their chance to take a lead, right? Chance to take the lead if Donchenko is able to get this victory, but this is looking like a draw. Queen g8, this really isn't tricky. Like, your only chance... Oh, wait, queen g6? No, you just take the two pass pawns don't mean anything. F5 bishop here, and you defend forever. Now, I mean, you can even play king f6. It's probably easier. King f6, you defend forever. This is why opposite colored bishop endgames are known for being drawish, because your opponent can put up the blockade. Queen g8 is official. Donchenko had some chances to push, but he played f4, and I think he just missed queen g8. Yeah, you see him shaking his head. He knows it. I mean, it was a draw anyway, so it's not like the worst thing. You know it's a draw, but for it to end in this way is just like he could have pushed this for another 30 minutes probably, and now it's just over. Yeah, queen takes, we already know. Bishop takes doesn't change anything. You get the king activity, but he'll always be able to guard here. So let's stay. We'll likely finish up the stream after this game. Not too many games going on. Brodsky did lose his f-pawn, by the way, so we took a quick glance at that. Looks like Begum is going to take down Brodsky, which will be a huge victory for her going into these final rounds. Okay, the moves take king g7. Yeah, the two pawns look slightly scary, but there's just nothing. Blockade, bishop d4. King gets active, but for what purpose? You usually in opposite colored bishop endgames, you usually want passed pawns on both sides. That helps a lot. No, I mean they know it's a draw, but I mean you see it on Donchenko's face. Like you see how frustrated he is. Like he's not agreeing to a draw because he thinks he has any chance to win. He doesn't agree to a draw just out of pure frustration. It's kind of that moment because like you have to understand he has some hope here in pushing, and then you just have that heart sinking feeling after your opponent plays g takes f5 where you're like, ah, I missed queen g8. I just threw any chance to push this away or push for an advantage. And now, yeah, I mean it's not just this game, but it's his chances at first place. It's his chances at, I mean maybe not first place, but like a good place in the tournament, top three, may be out of the door now. Because it's gonna put him a full point behind the two leaders. He'll be on 6 points. Theodoro and Fabiano Caruana will be sitting at 7. Brings the bishop to h5. Blocks the pawn on h6, but doesn't matter. And just wait for the handshake. At this point, I don't even know if there's a trick here. Like, I mean, in a bullet game, we wait for the right moment to try and sneak b4 in and catch our opponent on a pre-move. Like that's it. We try and wait for b4, or we try and wait to catch him on f6. But this is 30-second increment. You're never getting this, ever. But yeah, I think it will just be a few more moves, and then they'll call it. They're playing very quickly now. Yeah, immediate f5. And this sets up the final. So, okay, Fabi's going to be on 7. Theodoro on 7. Oparin will be 6.5. And Nizhnik will be 6.5. And so, and Mark Hyman will be 6.5. So there are 3 people trailing them by a half point. So pairings get a bit messy. Um, yeah, I don't know how much it takes into due color in this case, but it probably would be Fabi versus Oparin, possibly, and Theodoro versus Nizhnik, right? Let me check. I think that makes the most sense, but I'm not 100% sure. That'll be big though. That's a big thing because what this means with Fabi and Theodore already having played, so they're sitting on 7, and they're playing people who are opponents that are sitting on 6.5. That means for their opponents, they have a shot. They have a shot at first place. There's the draw agreed. We should see the handshake very soon here. Um, yeah. So for the opponents on 6.5, they have a shot at first place, right? It is in their hands to try and take down Fabi, try and take down Theodore. I say it and it's like, what a tall task, but definitely puts them in a situation that they could also be thinking about pushing for wins. And definitely makes it interesting for both Fabi and Theodoro. Obviously, they know either player could put up a victory. So Fabi, especially, who needs to win for the Grand Prix, will have to push. And Nico, understanding that Fabi has to push if he wants a chance at first place, well, I don't think you count on Fabi not winning. I think you count on Fabi winning, and you also have to push. Like quite often, you could just play for a draw, and maybe there will be a quick draw. Maybe they're just tired. Nico says, "Hey, I've had a solid tournament. I've taken down Fabi." But he'll have the white pieces as well. So I don't expect that. I expect he's going to be pushing for a win. His opponents are going to be pushing for a win. Sometimes you see quick draws and just games ending very quickly at the last results as players are tired and happy to just lock in a good result. But everyone on those top 2 boards will have incentive to push. Every single one of them. Whoever ends up playing Fabi and Nico to tie for first or take first. No, it'd be a tie either way. Best they can do is tie because 7, 7, 6.5. There are going to be 2 players on 7.5 at least. If one of the 6.5, or I guess 2 players, the best they can do, if you're sitting at 6.5, getting a win, the other board will lead to someone either getting 8 or 7.5. So best you can do if you have 6.5 is tie for first, but still a tie for first over second or third is incentive to play. Fabi pushing for the win, Nico pushing for the win. Maybe we'll see quick draws, but I definitely think all the players involved should be pushing for wins in this last round, which should set up for an absolute fantastic finale. So guys, don't miss it. The next round starts in an hour and a half. It's earlier, 4 p.m. Eastern time. Previously 4:45. So if you're thinking 4:45, that same time, reverse it, drop it back 45 minutes. 4 p.m. will be the next round, 4 p.m. Eastern time. Daniel Naroditsky will be doing commentary for it. Fantastic commentary, fantastic games being set up. Players pushing for the win. Tie breaks. I don't know if there are tie breaks, if I'm being honest. A lot of times in these events, they split. Let me hurry and check. Gonna see if there's anything about that on the website. I haven't seen anything from the information, so I'll do a quick check. But honestly, I expect that it is simply going to be split. Yeah, I don't see anything. I could be missing it, but that was kind of my impression from what I read. I haven't been told otherwise. Okay, actually, I did find something. So there's a clear first prize and U.S. Masters trophy. So clear first or playoff. So there will be a playoff. Hold on. If I understand this correctly, either way there will be a playoff. If someone takes clear first, makes it easy. But it does look like, well, the prizes will be split. There is a bonus $500 and the trophy on the line that will be decided by a playoff. So even more excitement. I mean, honestly, what's the ideal scenario? I like to dream. I say Fabi and Nico win. 8 out of 9. Crazy tournaments for them. And they go to a playoff where Fabi tries to seek his revenge. No, it's no tie breaks to decide that. That may be decided. I don't see the playoff regulations on here. That may affect if there is a playoff, something like who starts with white. Or if it leads to an Armageddon, sometimes extra tie breaks can affect that. But it's a bit arbitrary. A lot of that. I do like the head-to-head tiebreak, but at the same time, if you end up tied with that person, yes, they beat you, but they did better against everybody else. So there's always going to be a counter argument to tiebreaks. Where playoffs, it's fully in both players' hands, no question. Whoever wins a playoff, they deserve to win, right? No question. So there's a case to be made for this tiebreak or this tiebreak that I think can add some clarity. But I'm a fan of a playoff. I definitely hope we see a clear first, cool tiebreaks with playoff for the trophy. Way better. So this final round is set up to be an absolute, just the best thing ever. I'm excited. I'm going to be watching. I'm probably going to be staying for it. Even though I'm not doing commentary, I don't think I'm going home. I think I'm going to stay right here, watching Danya, watching the players as it all unfolds. Everyone, hour and a half. Come back. You can check out. I don't know if they have the final standings. Yeah, they don't have the final standings, but you will be able to see them here. Even though okay, there's still, even on DGT, one game still going. So we know for sure the games haven't finished. The standings will not get updated until all games have finished. And we don't know. Off of DGT, there was a game yesterday that went to 30 minutes before the round. It was something like a 150 plus move game. So you can check it out, pull it up. You'll have to refresh it, wait for that to show up, but you'll be able to see standings, and then hopefully 45 to 30 minutes before the round, you'll be able to see the official pairings as well. Don't miss it. Don't miss it. Everyone, thank you so much for being here. It's my pleasure. This was a fantastic event. This is my last time doing commentary, so I'll say it's just a fantastic event to be a part of. I thoroughly enjoyed it, and you all have been great. So don't miss the final round. Don't miss Danya. Don't miss Fabi. Be here for it.